You have to use a microphone.
Oh, boy, we have to use a microphone. You know, I really need a microphone.
Yeah, you're like me.
A microphone. Woo. I can sing you a song. Good morning. Hey, it's 9 o'clock. We're ready to roll. You realtors. I am so proud of every one of you that are here. We shared the Google, we made this available via Google Meets as of yesterday to make sure we get all the coverage we can. But man, I thought for a minute I might be standing here with Wayne and Jason, and that would be rough. So I am thankful for every one of you that's here in seat helping us out. We're super excited to have Wayne here. There's a lot of RE/MAX folks that are familiar with Wayne. There's a lot of people that might not be familiar with Wayne. Wayne was with our region for, 6 years. And we were lucky enough during that time to have him at our office many times. We were also able to go see him, do different training. He was always a great advocate of business planning. We even spent a lot of time on a broker to broker training because he had real estate experience prior to coaching and regional experience. So then he went on to open his own coaching company and since has trained across the country. We've wanted to have him back for a long time, but he kind of skipped a couple steps, and we were at many times wanting to have him back, but it's hard to have him back. So I'm going to parlay the introduction for a minute into a big thank you. The reason that we're able to have Wayne here today, and for all you guys out there that we can watch him today, is because of these three folks over here. So I want to start with Herman. Most people know Herman Page down on the end, and they know him primarily because of the real estate book. Herman has been a fixture here for a lot of years. How many know Herman? Is there anybody that doesn't know Herman in here? Maybe a few people that don't know Herman. Okay, George, yeah, right. Herman Page, you are awesome. You've been beneficial to us for a lot of years through marketing and advertising, but and we're very thankful for you. But you also have lately, help me pronounce it now, Achosa has started a home warranty company, Achosa, and home warranties are just a great way to limit every party in a transaction's liability. It's another level of protection. Herman's company does a great job, and I know a lot of you guys use him, but we're very appreciative for your help with sponsoring this event. I'm going to jump right into Todd Taxman. Todd is right at our own facility, right inside the main office at RE/MAX Lake of the Ozarks. And I can't forget Deb, because we're appreciative we get to work with Deb. Even more than Todd. No, I'm just kidding. I should not say that. And Todd and Deb are your insurance connection. If you have any opportunity to let them bid one of your homeowner policies, if any of your clients need boats, autos, anything, we've worked with Todd on from a commercial standpoint as well, and you'll find out if he bids it, you'll see that his rates are great. They both do a great job. They're right there close. We love the fact that we can go talk to someone that we work with. We think that's really, really a big deal, and we appreciate that too. Now, who knows Tom? Tom, we need to have everybody know you. Tom has been around for a long time. Todd and Tom have something in common. They're not like me. You don't have to pry a microphone out of their hands, but you need to talk to both of them more because they're both great. Tom is with Fairway Mortgage. Please give Tom a chance if you can with competing on your loans, because you'll find out he does a great job. Without these three individuals, we would not have Wayne here. And so we just wanted to take the time to make sure that we thank them and everybody knew that it's because of them that he's here. So we're really excited about that. Can we give him a round, please? So one other thing I'm going to say about Wayne and about planning, before we get going, you know, planning takes discipline. Planning takes focus. It takes consistency. So I was telling somebody, I was preaching the Wayne deal, trying to sell this the other day. And I said, oh, and by the way, I said, do you know that Wayne has won 3 Missouri State Amateur Golf Championships? That takes a lot of practice, a lot of discipline, a lot of focus. But I realized I screwed up. When I talked to Wayne this morning, I got it a little bit wrong. I was a little bit off. It's not 3 state championships, it's 6. And so anyway, I like to give him trouble because he doesn't say that. He doesn't write it down. He doesn't preach it. But the bottom line is, to me, when you know, and you guys know this, you're all high-level professionals in your industry, so you know what it takes. It takes that practice. It takes that drive. It takes that planning. It takes that commitment. It all is the same as what we're going to talk about today, and I think it's a great parlay into this. Jason, what would you add for us?
First off, we couldn't, Jeff and I couldn't be more excited that Wayne are here because we don't have to teach business planning. And business planning is one of the hardest things to teach. And Wayne doesn't even know this. You were the first speaker I heard when we came to Remax, and I was absolutely blown away. So I've heard him speak a couple other times. You guys are in for a treat. He does a phenomenal job as it pertains to business planning. Very applicable. You guys are in for a treat. So we couldn't be more excited. Thank you so much. So
Thank you.
Let's get going.
let's do it.
That it? All right.
I'll get the lights, yeah.
Okay, I'll turn the lights
I'm going
off.
to turn them down on you.
Wow, what an introduction. Thank you. I will tell a story on you guys now. So when I was regional director of the Mid-States region, you drive a lot, okay? You spend a lot of time in your car going from office to office to office, doing office visits and things like that. And as a result, you think a lot, right? And so one day I'm driving down the road thinking, and I'm like, you know, I go in some offices and they're just like these really cool places. And I was lucky enough to, and you guys may or may not remember this, I remember this, I was lucky enough to always come to your Christmas party, right? And it was always the coolest thing because it was like, wow.
I don't know that you should tell those stories.
No, I'll stop before it gets like, I always left early. I didn't stay for the end. And I was like, wow, these are incredible people who like all get along, which is an anomaly in the real estate business. To have the level of production that you guys have and have everybody get along with each other. And I'm like, wow, that's really cool. What a great culture. And then I would honestly go in other offices and I'm like, what are we doing here? This is awful. I wouldn't join this place, right? And so I drive down the road one day and I started trying to think of the, what's the common theme, right? Of these offices that are just so cool. And it was, you know, it was you guys, it was obviously Larry Keating and his operation in Jeff City, and the Mendenhalls in Columbia, and David Weisman now, which would fit in that category in Kansas City or whatever. And it came up with what I call my 4 pillars, which is what I talk to brokers about all over the country. That it's the 4 pillars of a successful operation. But and one of those is culture, and one of those is value proposition. And then the other 2 are the easy ones, which is commission structure and physical location. Right, those are the 4 pillars. And everybody on the brokerage side of things thinks that if they just get the commission structure right and they just get the physical plant right, it'll fall into place. And this doesn't happen. It's the other 2 that are the big deal. It's the culture of the office and it's the value proposition. And I remember one time specifically at the Christmas party, I'm like, what is the deal? And at this time, they were like, Frank. Nobody wants to disappoint Frank. And Jeff, I know I talked to you about this one time, and I'm like, okay, how are you doing? He goes, I just can't screw up what Frank built. That's really the goal, right? But culture is so set and so ingrained in this place that needless to say, it didn't take me long to say yes when Jeff called and said, would you come up and do business planning? And nobody really likes to do business planning sessions. I got a text this morning from one of my clients in New Jersey, and he goes, I'm not doing this year. You need to let me know when you can do a Zoom meeting and do business planning. So having said that, let me tell you how we're going to do this. If you came in with calculators and all of your numbers, and you expect us to do a lot of high-level math, we ain't doing it, all right? Because I don't believe mathematics is the issue in this thing. I think it's mindset, all right? I think everything revolves around mindset in life. The math will take care of itself if you have the right mindset. So I'm going to talk to you about mindset today. I'm going to talk to you about living in your sweet spot. I think we all have a sweet spot. I think that we have a place that we thrive, a place where we understand all the rules, and a place that we love to be on a regular basis. I believe that success comes from living in your sweet spot more than the average bear. All right. So I'm going to lay out today, hopefully for you, pieces of your sweet spot that you may acknowledge, may not, and just kind of how I think life works. Okay. And it's not just the way I think life works, it's the way life works. I just read a lot, I study a lot, and I start to see patterns to all of these things. I'm just listening on the way up here today. Matthew McConaughey has a new book out called Green Lights. Anybody heard of it but haven't listened to it yet? Get it on Audible. I'm only like 3 chapters in, but it's really good. Okay. So having said that, as Jeff mentioned, I'm a golfer. I would tell you that the baseline of anything that I know in life came from 2 places. One was my dad, who was a serial entrepreneur, who would have told you that he never worked a day in his life, but everybody that knew him said he was the hardest working man they'd ever met. And the other was on the golf course. I've learned a lot about myself, about people, just about everything from I don't know how many golfers we have in the room. How many golfers are there? Okay. I got to knock out a lot of the golf analogies. Okay. And I've been successful in golf. I've won trophies and all that stuff. I have a love affair with the game of golf. And I'll just go down this path just really quickly. I have a love affair with the game of golf for this reason. In an 18-hole round of golf, you will face every challenge in life. And you'll face it every time. You'll deal with the 7 deadly sins. You'll face greed and anger and envy and fear every round of golf at some point. And the question is, how do you get over that, right? And it's really the only difference in players. I had somebody say to me years ago, they said, you're different. I go, what do you mean I'm different? He goes, no, you're different. On the golf course, you're different. They go, we can play our home golf course. You can like travel and play. I go, oh, I think differently than you do. They're like, how much do you practice? I go, I really don't. I just think differently. So I've always been this outlier, weird thinking guy. Okay. So I was with the region for 6 years. I did open up my own company 6 years ago called See the Field Consulting. Obviously, it's a weird name that I feel the need to explain to everybody, and I will explain it to you in a video. All right. I'm a golfer, so we've got that figured out. One of my favorite movies is called The Legend of Bagger Vance. And I don't know how many of you have seen it. If you've heard me speak before, you've seen this clip. You're going to have to watch it again. Sorry. But I think this sums up pretty well everything. So with that said, we're going to watch a video.
Oh, yes. Greatest game there is. Right, Hardy?
Yes, sir. The greatest game we will ever be.
Just you and the ball.
All by your lonesome. It's time.
Time for what?
Time for you to see the field.
The field? I see the field. It's 445 yards long. It's got a little red flag at the end of it. It's 12 strokes ahead of it.
That ain't it. Because if you seen the field, you wouldn't be hacking at that ball like you was chopping weeds out from under your front porch.
Just give me the glove.
Sorry, I'm going to you're going to take that hack away.
shot. What's it feel?
Fix your eyes on Bucky Jones.
He's a piece of work there right now.
Look at the headroom. Knock it out there, Bobby.
This practice for me. Almost like it's searching for something. And he finds it. Which they sell itself right to the middle of it. Feel that focus. And he got a lot of shots he could choose from. Duffs and tops and skulls. There's only one shot that's in perfect harmony with the field. One shot that's his. Authentic shot. And that shot is going to choose him. There's a perfect shot out there trying to find each and every one of us. What we got to do is get ourselves out of its way. Let it choose us. Look at him. He in the field. Can't see that flag as some dragon you got to slay. And to look with soft eyes. See the place where the tides and the seasons and the turning of the earth all come together. And everything that is becomes one. You got to seek that place with your soul, John. Seek it with your hands. Don't think about it. Feel it. Your hands is wiser than your head ever gonna be. I can't take it, Adrian. Just hopes I can help you find a way. That's you, that ball, that flag, and all you are. Seek it with your hands. Don't think about it. Feel it. Looking at it, you feel it. It's just you, one shot that's in perfect harmony. You can see it. It's the home of your authentic flame. That flag, and all that you are.
Your Lions Pro finds an acorn out here, Bobby.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's been real. That's really all you need to know, right? I truly believe this with all my heart. I think we all believe this at some level, but we tend to get off track a little bit, right? We know at our core, I believe, where we thrive. And yet we spend our days, in a lot of cases, doing things that we don't thrive at. I built a brokerage or restarted a brokerage in Springfield with one basic concept. And that was that if I could help my agents be consistent, which was the biggest challenge in everybody's business. Being consistent is always the biggest challenge, right? We intellectually know that consistency is the key to this thing. If I was just more consistent, doing the things that I know intellectually I should do, life would be better, and yet life happens behaviorally, right? So that's what we're going to talk about today. What's your sweet spot? Do you know what your sweet spot is? I'll show you a slide later that says that 80% of the global workforce acknowledges they are not operating in their sweet spot. And this is why people look forward to retirement, which I personally believe is a dirty word. I think if you're really, all you're focused on is retiring, that means that at some level you didn't really enjoy what you were doing every day, and that's sad. Because we don't know how long we have. In Oklahoma with somebody, and I mean, this kid's 28 years old. He's owns 3 rental properties. He's, you know, and I mean, I'm listening to him, and he sounds like he doesn't have $10. And I'm like, what is up with you, Cole? And Grindful. And he's like, well, you know, I just done it. And we got down to it, and it was all of what had been loaded into his head by his parents, quite honestly. He went down the entrepreneurial path and his parents didn't. So that's one thing I'm going to tell you guys today. You're down an entrepreneurial path, right? That's why we did this. At some level, we got in the real estate business because we didn't want to work for somebody else. We wanted to control our own time, right? We wanted to make more money than somebody was going to pay me in a salary. And that was when we, you know, put pen to paper and we signed up to affiliate with a real estate brokerage. That's why we did those things, right? And then if we don't watch it somewhere along the line, it's like, why did I do this? I now have no life, right? I have no time anymore. And what am I thinking? And gosh, I wish I could just get a real job again and all those things. Well, a lot of that deals with being in your sweet spot, right? So my goal for today is to try to do this. Help you develop the strategies and, more importantly, the mindset. It would allow you to do one of the 3 things, one of the following 3 things. Number 1, make more income with your current workload. How many of you are okay with the hours you're putting in? You just wish you could make more money doing it? Anybody? A couple of people? All right. Well, if that's not the case, how about this one? Make the same income and not work as much. I'm cool with the money. I just want to get my life back, right? But if we were really going to knock it out of the park, what would we do? We'd make more income with less workload. Do you think that's possible? Most realtors don't think it's possible. Most people in this industry believe there's a hardwired connection between the number of hours you work and the amount of money that you make. It's a lie. It's not true. Okay? I will say this early, and then I will try to, if I offend you, I'm going to offend you early, and then I will try to, you know, build back in your good graces by the end of the day. If you're working a tremendous number of hours in this industry and you are not making way more than the money you wanted to make, you're not very good. I'm serious. I mean, that's the way I look at this. There is no correlation for an entrepreneur between the number of hours that one works day in, day out, and the amount of money they make. It all deals with how much, what we're doing with our time, right? So if you're not making the money that you want to make as a real estate agent, and you're working your fingers to the bone, what does that mean we know you're doing? It means you're working, or you're trying to work with people who aren't going to do anything. And you're wasting your time with them. And the reason you waste your time with them is what? You didn't know they weren't going to do anything. Selling real estate is a battle of processes. Either you get the client into your process, or you end up in the middle of their process. So the more we can upgrade our skill set to identify what their process is going to be, and conversely have our own process to get them into, the more life starts to fall into place for us. So part of my story that some of you know, because I've told this before, I got into real estate business in 1985, right out of college. I'd gone to college on a golf scholarship. I was intending to go in business with my father, who was a real estate developer. I graduated from college in December of 1984, barely graduated from college, 2.1 grade point average, thank you very much. You had to have a 2.0 to be eligible to play college golf, so I slid in with a 2.1. And I was going to go in business with my dad. I graduated from college in December of '84. Unbeknownst to me, my dad had his own plan. He sold out in January of '85. Moved to Florida. And didn't offer to take me with him. We got technical issues?
No, you're good. They just want to see you and the screen.
Okay, well, good luck with that. I walk a lot. And I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. My dad goes, why don't you go get your real estate license? You can do that till you figure out what it is you really want to do. I'm like, I'll get my real estate license. Totally floundered for 4 years. Weirdly, everybody in town knew who I was, either because of athletics or because of my dad, but yet nobody called me. So 4 years in, we've had our first child. My wife looks at me and she goes, hey, I think it's kind of like the movie. I think it's time. Time for what? She goes, time for you to find a real job. Because you are stressed out all the time. You are never home, and yet you make no money. So you need to go figure something out. Well, lucky for me, at that point, we joined RE/MAX. I was in an independent company at the time. We affiliated with RE/MAX, and I got exposed to a higher level of thinking, honestly, from people around the country. And I went home and I looked at my wife. I said, give me 12 months. I think I can do this. Well, fast forward 12 months, my income had gone up about 400%. I've gone from $48,000 a year before to just under 200 at 27 years old. And I became what I would now refer to as a student of the game. Not only a student of the real estate game, but a student of the Wayne game. I had to understand myself and what I would do, what I enjoyed, right? I had 3 rules for myself. Rule number 1 was I wasn't going to work weekends anymore. Rule number 2 was I was never doing an open house again because I didn't enjoy them. And rule number 3 was nobody was ever calling me at home again. Now realize this is before cell phone, right? So there were 2 numbers on a real estate sign, office number and phone number. And everybody said, you can't do that. I said, why not? They said the customer expects it. I said, no, I'll quit. So my wife told me I had to quit anyway. So if I can't do it this way, I'm not going to do it. Well, guess what happened? My income went up tremendously. It just meant that I had to learn a different set of skills, right? I had to operate more in my sweet spot. I had to do the things that came naturally to me and that I understood. And so that was 30 years ago. The more I've studied, the more I realize that's the common theme of the high achiever. See, we're the only industry that I know of that believes success comes from going wide versus going deep. Every other industry, you have specialists. But in real estate, for some reason, it's like, oh, it's a piece of dirt. I sell dirt. It has a house on it. I can sell that. Oh, it has a commercial building on it. I can sell that too, because it's really just dirt. We're really just transferring dirt. Think about it. It just happens to have other things on it, right? I can do this. I can do that. I can dabble in a lot of things. It's the vein of our industry. What I know about everybody in this room is wherever you are, if you specialize more, your life gets that much better. Specialization is the key to everything. So we're going to try to do a little test here. We'll see how this works out, okay? We all have a sweet spot. We all have the way we look at the world. If you will open up your manuals, you have something that looks like this. What I discovered in dealing with real estate agents was if we could unlock the key for people on what they would consistently do and help them build business models around that, it would work every single solitary time. So the part of it was we had to figure out who people were and how they were going to react to situations. I would like for you to take this really quick test that is in here. Some of you may have taken this before. It's called the Alessandra test. I'll let you in on the details of it in a while. You have 18 questions to answer. It shouldn't take you more than 2 to 2.5 minutes to do this. Do not overthink this. Please do not overthink this. It'll all come out in the wash. All you have to do is for each question, the first one is easy to get to know personally in business, in your social environments, or more difficult to get to know. You believe that you're easy to get to know or more difficult to get to know. Circle either the O or the S. And obviously on the other, circle either the D or the I. And do that 18 times, please. And when you're finished, look up here, so I'll know that there's a few people that are finished, so we can go to the next level. Okay, once you're finished, here's what I want you to do. Count up your numbers of D's, I's, O's, and S's, and write them down. How many D's do you have? Let me give you a shortcut, okay? Just count up the number of D's you have and the number of O's you have. Because it has to total 9. So if you have 6 D's, you automatically have 3 I's. You have 5 O's, you automatically have 4 S's. D plus I and O plus S should equal 9. The first part. Write those numbers down. Once you've done that, take D minus I and O minus S, and that will give you now down to 2 numbers. And it can be a negative number. Does that make sense? Or I lost it. This is the challenging part of the presentation. If you have problems, raise your hand. I can help you. D minus I and O minus S, that will give you 2 numbers. D minus I, O minus S. When you get to there, flip over to the next page and you'll see this graph. Plot yourself on the graph, please. All right. So for instance, if my D minus I were 4 and my O minus S were 3, I would be 4 and 3. I'd be a dot right there. Okay. Some of you are going to be here, some will be here, some will be here, some. D minus I, O minus S. And graph yourself. Do we have a question about that part? D minus I, O minus S, 1 spot on the graph. Raise your hand when you have that done. You have 1 spot on the graph. Okay, looks like I got some people doing some homework. D minus I, O minus S.
I got it figured out, that's all that matters. Yeah, she has 3 dots.
You can't have 3 dots.
I know. Well, 2 are technically.
It's all right. I had a lady in Tulsa yesterday. She had 4 dots. Okay, has everybody got a dot? Everybody has a dot, right?
No.
All right. Raise your hand if your dot. Wait, we got people that aren't yet. So make sure we get a good sampling here. D minus I.
Start with a 1, then you can apply. Okay, then what's your
Reading, it's reading, yeah, that helped.
Yeah, it's apply. You have to go out. You're right here.
Okay, pretty much everybody done? No? George isn't done yet.
No, sir, I'm working on it.
Okay.
You got a
Way
calculator?
up here. You and
I are, yeah.
It's okay. You can be negative. D minus 5, negative 7. Although you're not a negative person, but you can have a negative 5.
Oh, there. Right here.
What do I do now? Okay. Go to the next page. So you are negative 7. Negative 1. Thank you, sir.
That's 100% accurate. Okay. Anybody else need help? All right. Raise your hand if you are in this box, the lower right-hand box. Raise your hand.
Barely.
You didn't need to qualify. It's okay. I'm barely in the box. How many people? Lower right, 2 people. Raise your hand if you're in the lower left box. 2 people. Raise your hand if you're in the upper left box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Wow. Raise your hand if you're in the upper right box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26,
28.
28. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Not really. Not really crazy at all. I first started messing around with behavior tests in 1996. It's a big deal, okay? This test, I give people this test in a classroom setting because it's quick and easy, okay? And I'll lay out what this tells us. But there are higher level tests out there, okay? You probably all heard of the DISC test or Myers-Briggs or things like that, okay? So here's the basic theory behind all of this, and it's such a huge issue in real estate. So I'm a fan of the DISC test, okay, developed by a gentleman by the name of Marston. He did not invent it, he just developed it, okay, he made it popular. Marston had a theory that you would have a series of jobs in your life, but ultimate true success would come when you had a job that matched your behavior style, matched your personality, right? You could move your personality up until you were in your early 30s. But after that, it was game over. You could be appropriate in the moment, but your core behavior would tend to come out. It would be the pattern of your life, okay? So that is spot on accurate, all right? And the interesting thing about real estate sales is it's normally a second career for people. Most people don't start out, I'm one of the weird ones. I'm in a lot of areas of my life. I'm one of the weird people that right out of college, I became a real estate salesperson. Anybody else do that? Oh, more than average, right? This is all we've ever done, right? For the rest of us, we did other things in our life, and then we ended up over here. What Marston would say is that was you, without realizing it, listening to your inner self. That you would gravitate toward a job that was in harmony with who you were at your core, all right? So let's kind of slice this up a little bit, all right? The DISC test, the Myers-Briggs, they test for a lot more things than this one does. All right, let me tell you what this test tests for. Number 1, it tests for your desire to be around people. Okay? And number 2, it tests for getting things done versus being accurate. All right, that's the only thing that this particular test tests for. So, we'll go through these. 28 people are in this box. All right, this line is the OS line. This is your desire to be around people. The higher you are up here, the more you have a desire to be around people. All right?
It's way down there.
Hold on, I know. Okay, hold on. So how many people are in 9? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So like you get an invitation to a party. This is going to be so fun. We're going to go. The doors to the party open up. It's like, I'm going to meet so many people. Oh, it's so great to see you again. You're going to hug it out. You're going to do all those things, right? If you go into the office in the morning, you're going to say hi to everyone that you see in the hallway. You'll obviously make a mission of going around and making sure you say hi to everyone. Okay, that would just be what this test would tell us about you. How many of you are below? Well, there's 4 of you in the room that are below the people line. Okay. Okay. What this means is you're not going to work the room at a party. You're going to find 2 or 3 people that you know at a party, and you're probably going to go hang out with them. It's not you to walk in and go, hey, right? So Jeff, where are you?
5.
You're a 5. Okay. But you were the face of a 9 sometimes. Yeah, okay. So this is your desire to be around people. This is accuracy line, okay? You're way out here. How many people were a 7, 8, or 9 out here? It's all about getting it done. We are not accurate people at all. We want to get it done. Right?
You know what? I was a 5 on a D. This way.
You're 5 that way. Where are you on the up and down?
1.
Ooh. Oh, and we've unveiled a new slice of Jeff Krantz today.
My wife knows that. Because where was
Okay,
my wife?
so if you're way out here, you're all about getting it done. It's not about accuracy at all. The contracts are a mess. You hate paperwork, right? Your kryptonite in a real estate deal is when you catch an agent who is very far over here, who is calling saying, I have to get this initial before I can turn it in. And you're like, no, just turn it in. We'll fix it at the closing and it'll be fine. Right? If you're way up here, you love being around people. If you're way down here, you don't like being around people. I doubt that anybody's way down here. Okay? So this is honestly referred to as a natural sales box. And Marston would say the reason you're in this room today is because whether you acknowledged it, realized it, whatever, you're a born salesperson. However, it does not guarantee success. There are people in the born salesperson box that don't make it. But it's not, I mean, this is a baseline, right? Over here we have, how many people? We have 5 people over here, right? So these people tend to be more accurate, but they enjoy being around people, right? So who are the 5 people that are in this box? Okay. So this is referred to as the receptionist box, okay? Because the receptionist has to enjoy being around people and they have to be accurate in their day-to-day walk. Okay, just call it the reception box. This box down here, which there are 2 in the room. Who are those 2? George, I know you're one of them. You're one of them. Okay. This is referred to as the accountant or surgeon box. And all it means is you're very accurate, right? And you just as soon do things on your own as invite other people to help you. Okay? And then there's this box. And I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand if you're in this box.
I'm in the box, Wayne, just use me as an
But
example.
just barely.
But just barely. I'm
Barely.
1 millimeter below.
This
mine.
box is lovingly referred to as the SOB box. It simply means this. You're all about getting it done, and you just as soon do it on your own.
Yes.
Now, when you're just barely above or below the lines, okay, let me get another marker on this.
Just for this box, he's getting it.
If you're in that box right there, okay, you have the core competency, the core behavior of a massive producer. Okay, because massive producers want to be around people that they need to be around. But they don't really feel the need to ask about the dog of the people they don't need to be around or whatever. People that are on a 9, they're like, oh, conversations can go anywhere, right? People that test way out up here, biggest fear is rejection. Biggest fear is rejection. People that test out way down here, they got no fear of rejection. I told you that if you're in this box, you're in the natural sales box, right? Doesn't guarantee success. If you're in any of the other boxes, it doesn't guarantee failure. I can give you multiple names of people in every box that are crushing it. But the reason they're crushing it is because their business model is in harmony with who they are. So I had a gentleman, I'll tell this story on him. I had a guy by the name of Chuck Rumfeld. Anybody ever heard my Chuck Rumfeld story? Guy comes to me, and lives 20 years ago now. And you know, the subtitle was, the more things change, the more they remain the same. Right? Which we'll dig into that. Chuck comes to me when I was running the brokerage in Springfield, and he said, I'd like to come in and talk to you about joining your brokerage. Okay, how'd you hear about us? Well, I had some people tell me this was the place to be if I wanted to figure this thing out. I'm like, all right, come in and talk to me. So he comes in, and he said, so this is a place to be, right? And I'm like, man, I don't know. I don't know if it is or not, but let's chat. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to accomplish? And he goes, okay, here's my deal. I'm 50 years old. I just moved to town because my wife got transferred here. I don't know anybody in town. I just got my real estate license. I know how much money I need to make. I'm working for 10 years and then I'm quitting. I'm like, really? He goes, oh, by the way, I will do whatever you tell me to do. I go, really? You'll do whatever I tell you to do? He goes, you betcha. I said, take this test. He takes the test. He takes a disc test, because that's the one I use because I have more time to grade him and stuff. The guy is on this test. He'll be right there. He'll be right there. But on a disc test, he was a high D. He was off the chart. Literally, the chart didn't go high enough for him. He was like up there where there was just paper. And I immediately knew this guy didn't need to know anybody. He prospected. He had no call reluctance whatsoever. And I looked at him and I go, all right, you want to do this at a high level. I want you in my office every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for 15 minutes. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask you who you talked to, what they said. Say this next time, see you in 2 days. I want you in every prospecting class I teach, every listing presentation, every buyer presentation, every valuation. I'm going to bust you hard. Do you still want to do this? And he goes, oh, this is going to be so fun. I'm at it. Made $125,000 first 12 months. All FISBOs. All FISBOs. He was unbelievable. The guy, he went to every class, he got every dialogue down, he used every process we talked about, he didn't care if other people made fun of him. Comes to me after 4 years, he goes, I'm there. I said, you're where? He goes, I'm there. I said, where's there? He goes, I got the money. I go, you did it in 4 years instead of 10? He goes, yeah. Now, as a broker, what's the first thing you think? Man, he's quitting. I go, Chuck, are you leaving? He goes, no, my wife's got to work 6 more years. I had a plan. I just wanted you to know this worked. This is awesome. We're going to go to Georgia. We're going to buy a retirement house. We're paying cash. And I'm going to put it on a rental program, so now I'm going to have passive income. So about 6 years into it, I'm like, Chuck, you're missing out on something here. We really need to institute a past client program for you. And he goes, why? I said, well, because you could get referral business. And he said, what do I have to do that? I go, well, you need to call, not calling them. He goes, I am not calling people and asking how they are, because I don't care. True story. He goes, I don't care how they are. I'm not chit-chatting with them. He said, I'd rather just go find somebody new who's have to sit around and talk to them and ask how they are. Same moment in time, had a lady named Donna Hartman come to him, 50 years old. Gave her the test, high S, high C on a disc. Donna is over here, over in here. And I said, because I knew the walk and talk of that, and I said, do you know a lot of people? And she said, yes, actually, I do. I said, okay, I want you in every past client class I teach. Listing presentation, buyer presentation, valuation, because that's like the core competencies of the industry. And I said, and don't watch this guy in Chuck. Because he's going to go like this. And you're going to go like this. You're going to pass it at some point. Because Chuck's deal was time and money, right? It was all driven by the number of new people he could go out and see. Donna made $60,000 in the first 12 months. And she made 90, then she made 120, then she made 150. 20 years later, she's right at 250 a year. Has never prospected a day in her life, but she is the hub of the wheel for everybody that she knows. She maximized those pieces. Okay? All I did was unveil what people would consistently do. The same work I do with brokers, the same work I do with, and it's just how I think the world works, right? Part of it's because I'm a golfer. I can make a golf ball go from left to right, about any way you want to see it. And I'm very comfortable doing that. High, low, I can do anything left to right. Right to left creates tension, and tension is a bad thing in golf. Tension is a bad thing in business. Tension is a bad thing in life. So I believe that we should be able to give ourselves the right to not have to do things we don't want to do. There's an old saying that says, why do people fail at jobs? There's an actual answer to that. There's only two reasons people fail at jobs. Number one, they were never trained to do the job. Number two, they were never the right person for the job anyway. Right? So all we have to do is start aligning ourselves, right, with our business plan. Make our business plan a subset of who we are already, because most of the people in the room are at least approaching your 30s, or maybe already there. You're not going to change a whole lot, but we can design business models around the things we enjoy. That's the key. That's where you start seeing success. Pablo Picasso said, our goals can only be reached through a vehicle of a plan in which we fervently believe and upon which we must vigorously act. There is no other route to success. Anonymous said, there's a voice inside of you that whispers all day long. What's right for you? Just listen to the voice that speaks inside. And I am a professional speaker. The tension that gets created in our lives, I believe, comes from this right here. We all know what we really need to be doing, but we were blessed with intuition. And when we create tension in our life or feel tension, it's because I'm doing things that are not really who I am, right? And I want to give everybody a free pass today to go do what you want to do and build a business around it. It works. I've yet to meet someone who attempted to do that didn't crush it. Now, you'll stumble. And if you listen to the book Green Lights, and Matthew McConaughey will say you're going to step in along the way. It's not going to all be great, but there's that tension that gets created, right? I mean, at every point in our life, we have tension, don't we? I mean, we either have tension over the things we're not doing, or we have tension over things we are doing. I mean, it's either constructive or destructive tension running through. It's like a rhythm of your life. And you can focus on one or the other. You can run down the rabbit hole of how horrible things are if you don't like who we elected president. Or you can also look up and go, who we elected president is irrelevant. If my life is defined by who sits in the Oval Office, I'm screwed anyway. Right? I'm dead anyway. 4 years ago, when Trump got elected, election night, I'm in Detroit, Michigan, in a hotel in Troy, which is a suburb of Detroit. And I'm in the hotel bar. When you travel a lot, that's what you do. You go eat at the bar. And the bar is full of people. And I almost saw 3 fistfights. Because as they started coming out with Trump wins Ohio, there's a guy in the back of the bar at a table all by himself. And every time they would announce one, he would pound the table. And he would go, here we go, Trump, here we go. 3 people went back and beat him up. I'm serious. There were people crying, and I'm like, man, this is crazy, right? Well, guess what just happened again? It's just other people are crying and gnashing of teeth and whatever. And I went the next morning to a presentation like this, that there were like 300 people there, because it was Detroit, and people walked in, you could immediately tell who they were. And I'm like, okay, I gotta have a new opening here. And I'm like, hey, we had an election. I can tell by looking at your face who you voted for. Who sits in that office defines your success. You're screwed anyway. Let's get off that, right? We are entrepreneurs. We will figure this thing out. We are talented people. What is the mark and the walk and the talk of a talented person? They figure things out, right? They have initiative. They have desire. They will take action. They figure things out. It's what separates people, that alone. Talented people only affiliate to shorten time frames and believe that whoever they affiliate with brings relevant value. They're talented, they can figure it out on their own. Y'all could go out tomorrow and open up your own brokerage. You'd figure it out. but you affiliated with someone, some people, an organization that you felt like could get there a little faster. For talented people, it's all about speed. I know I'm going to get there. I might as well just get there a little faster. So Steve Jobs said this: have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary. What do you guys have in common with these people? Just everything, right? Just everything. They're not physically any different than any of us. They spent different at different points in their life. They're all athletes. I could have put business people up there. At different points in their life, they did different things with their time. And the main thing they did was this: they made a decision to become elite. See, that's how I think this works. I think that this is your chosen field to be elite. And if you make the decision to be elite, you will. And yet we're in an industry where very few people choose to be elite, right? We're like, this is like the most mediocre, bottom feeder, weird, dynamic business that I've ever seen in my life. And I've been in it 35 years. I mean, it's great. For 35 years, we've been going, where did these people come from? They don't know the contract. You believe I got to deal with this yahoo? It ain't going to change, folks. Get over it. The industry doesn't want it to change. They talk a good game, but are you recording this? Yeah, great. The industry doesn't want it to change. The industry's, look at it, man. I mean, your local board, your state association, and NAR are all driven by dues-paying members. They talk code of ethics all day long. They don't want that. So it's up to us to become elite, right? So what these people had to do to become elite, you have to do to become elite. And as an industry, we don't do it. And what is the number one thing that these people do disproportionately to everything else? Practice. They have hours and hours upon hours practicing compared to their amount of time on the playing field. And I will tell you the biggest problem with our industry is we don't practice. And when we don't practice, tension creeps in because we're not real sure how it's going to go. And then when we get and I will not call them a lead, I will call them a human, right? Not all humans are leads, okay? We're not really sure what to say, how to say it, why to say it. The more things change, the more they remain the same. The more technology we get in this business, the more it is sending us backwards as practitioners in the business. The lost art of a great conversation with someone. That's where this industry is. And I'll put legs on that for you. So make the decision to be elite. I'm one of these weird people. It's like, if I can't crush it, why do I want to jack with it? Right? If I can't get really good at something, it's just frustrating. Y'all have had things in your life you've mastered. And you tend to do them a lot. Things you're confident in, you tend to do a lot, right? There's a thing called Pareto's Law. It's one of my favorite things on the planet. You know it as the 80-20 principle. So this Vilfredo Pareto guy started studying wealth in Europe, and he discovered that 80% of the wealth was concentrated in 20% of the people. And then when he dug deeper, he found out that 80% of that wealth was in 20% of those people, and so on. And it just stayed a law, right? It's a law. Don't find it. It's a law. You wear 20% of the clothes in your closet 80% of the time. You'll walk on 20% of the carpets in your house 80% of the time. You'll go to 20% of the restaurants 80% of the time. When you get there, you'll work in 20% of the menu 80% of the time. It's a law. Don't fight it. It's a law, right? Life gets a lot easier when you realize that. When you realize this point, that 80% of your income does truly come from 20% of your activities. And the bigger one that I want you to really focus on and on moving forward, there's 20% people and there's 80% people.
Looked for him the next day.
Our job is to figure out who the 20%ers are quick and get close to them. But they're the people that actually do things. And learn how to politely get away from the people who are 80%ers because they don't do spit. Everybody wants to hang out with 20% people. The problem is you got to be a 20%er to hang out with 20% people. Because 20% people, the talented people, can see right through people who are trying to act like 20%ers. 20% people do not complain, they do not whine, they do not snivel. They take full responsibility for where they are. The walk and talk of the 20%ers, the walk and talk of the talented person. We all get to make this decision. Are we going to be one of those people? Are we one of those people? You cannot overestimate the unimportance of practically everything in your life. The word priority was created in the 1400s. It remained singular until the 1900s when we added IES to it and called it priorities. The vast majority of things we do in life don't matter. And it's ramped up massively now because of those things that we all have in front of us, our phones, right? So the question is, what's your priority? What's your priority for every minute of the day? I'll get into 3 kinds of time here in a while. Look at this. It blew me away when I found this graph. In an average lifetime, we'll spend 1 year and 8 months doing housework, 1 year and 11 months actually socializing with real live humans, 2 years and 2 months shopping, buying more stuff for ourselves, 3 years, 7 months eating, 6 years, 8 months on social media, 8 years watching TV, and 26 years sleeping. We're going to spend 6 years, 8 months using something that did not exist 12 years ago. Think about that. And all of a sudden it consumes our lives. Stop it. Unless you're using it for your business, stop it. It does not empower you. It does not make you feel better about yourself. It shreds confidence, in my opinion. Social media shreds confidence. You watch other people living these supposed fabulous lives, and it makes you second guess your life. And it pulls you away from who you are and the things that you could be doing. The average adult spent 144 minutes per day on social media in 2018. I guarantee you it is so much higher now, it's incredible. That's 876 hours. At a half a page a minute and an average book like a 300-page, you can read 87 books in a year. Is your life better watching 144 minutes of social media a day or reading 87 books in a year? 87 books will get you there, right? And what do people say? I just don't have time to read. Well, isn't it odd that the average CEO of a Fortune 500 company reads 60 books a year? So, if they've got time to do it, I think we do too. My challenge to you, honestly, is we need to read more. Okay, we need to read more. People call me all the time. I had one of my clients call me Monday. I need a new book. I finished the last one you gave me. I need a new one. You need to read more. The reason we are so polarized as a society right now is we aren't reading. We're reacting. And I watched that thing on Netflix, the Social Dilemma thing. You watch that? Yeah. If you don't read and study the proper things, like fill your mind with the right stuff, you'll start reacting to everything that is delivered to you, as opposed to processing it and trying to figure things out, right? So I would tell you, if you're going to read, I'll give you 3 books to start with. Number 1 is The Alchemist. How many have read The Alchemist? Okay. It's about a little shepherd boy named Santiago. Go get the book The Alchemist and read it. The lesson of The Alchemist is simply this: if you take any action step, it'll work. One of my favorite quotes is from, I forget who it's from, but he said, action may not always bring happiness, but there is no happiness without action. What this book shows you is that by the simple fact that you take an action step, it'll work. But it's almost like the universe is waiting, like sitting there going, would you please go do something? Just do something. Do that thing that's in your head, because if you'll do it, I'll make sure it works for you. Happens every time if you think about it. Got to get out of our own heads and take more action. Second book, you're entrepreneurs. If you've never read The E-Myth Revisited, go get this book and read it. To me, it's the definitive work on small business. You will see yourself on these pages. I read it once a year because I see myself at different pages depending on where I am in my business life. It lays out why small businesses fail, why people lose their passion when they go down the entrepreneurial route, and all those things. And the last one, and it's the best one, called essentialism. It's less well known than the other two, by a guy named Greg McCallum. The relentless pursuit, or the disciplined pursuit of less, but better. And he laid it for talented people, which I'm making the comment that you all are incredibly talented people. This book will resonate with you. Because McCallum lays out the premise that when you're a talented person, you can do anything. Like literally, you can do anything. And the hard part is not doing things, it's figuring out which one to do. Because if you're talented, you always have a lot of options. And one of the things from one of the sentences in the book is no is a complete sentence. I'll say that again. No is a complete sentence. And he says that the way, and it's so true, the way you get in the trap is you're talented, so you get an organization and they're like, hey, let's have Paula do it. Paula did really well on that last thing that we did. And Paula's like, oh, okay, well, I did. Thank you so much. Yep. And I'll go do that too. And then before you know it, they've given you everything. Now you're everywhere and nowhere at the same time. You're not doing the things you're passionate about anymore. You're doing the things everybody else told you to do. Alan gives you the right to just stop and go, I want to do things that are in tune with me. I want to have rules for my life. I want to run my life. How many of y'all feel like you run your life versus your life running you? Right? So one of the greatest, I've had a lot of great mentors in my life. Curtin was one of them. The main thing, I learned a lot from Dennis when I was with him, but he's the regional owner, by the way, if you don't know that. Went to Montana with him one time. Well, two great lessons. I got to tell this. So he calls me one day, and I've been at the region like a year, and he says, hey, talk to your wife. I want you, Cameron and I want you guys to come out to Montana. He has this unbelievable spread in Montana that we've never been on. And I'm like, oh, okay, that sounds great. You can stay up for like a week. I'm like, okay. And so a little while later, I'm talking to Jim Sutton. Some of you guys know Jimmy, right? And Sutton goes, hey, what's new? And I go, wow, it's really weird, man. Dennis called and wants me to come to Montana. And Jim goes, what? Dennis wants you to go to Montana. I'm like, yeah. He goes, you haven't been here a year. I've been here 12 years. He's never asked me to go to Montana. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm sorry. Whoa, let me just back up a second. So Curtin calls me. He's like, hey, what'd you decide on Montana? And I'm like, okay, I don't want to cause problems here. I mentioned it to Jim, and I think I might be creating a problem. And Dennis goes, Wayne, I totally respect that. He goes, but let me tell you how I run my life. He said, I hang out with who I want to hang out with, and I want to hang out with them. And I want to hang out with you. So that's why I asked him. He goes, but look, I'll respect how you run your life, apparently. If you feel the need to ask other people if it's okay for you to do something, have at it, and I'll respect that. And I was like, oh, yeah. I was like, no, we're in. And I got there, and I learned a very valuable lesson from him. He used to frustrate the tar out of me because I would like send him an email and he would not reply. He would just not reply to it. It made me mad. I was like, oh, this was important to me. And when I was there, I thought, I want to see how this guy does it. Well, he would get up every morning. He would open up his iPad, and he would read his emails. And then he would shut his iPad. And then we would go do whatever we were going to do that morning. And then he would come in at noon, we'd eat lunch, and he'd get his iPad out again, and he'd go through them, and then he'd shut his iPad, and we'd go do, he did it 4 times a day, right? Morning, when he first got up, he did it at lunch, he did it at dinner, he did it before he went to bed. But once he shut that iPad, he was 100% engaged in wherever we were. And for those of you that have been around Dennis, this is how he is. Wherever he is 100% engaged. And he's running, and I'm looking up and I'm going, that cat is running his life. And at the time, I wasn't. I was like, I'm afraid, right? Run your life. Start running your life. Books will help you run your life, no doubt about it. There's another great book that's not up here, but I want to tell you about it. It's called Rocket Fuel. You ever read Rocket Fuel? Those of you that have teams, I know there's a lot of teams in here. Get the book Rocket Fuel. All right? It's by Gino Wickman and some other guy. Buy the book Rocket Fuel. It talks about that every massively successful organization has two components to it. It has a visionary, it has an integrator. There's a test in there you can take. So if you're running a team, go in and have everybody on your team take this test, the visionary test and the integrator test. And you would think, logic would tell you, or society would tell you, it's really hard to find a visionary. For every 10 visionaries, there's one integrator. And the integrators are the key to a fabulous, successful organization. It is a great book, if nothing else, just for the test. It's worth $20 just to get the test and you can take it. Okay. Another great book. Okay. Because the real estate business is not consistent, you and your activities must be. And yet, we are the most consistently inconsistent group of people on the planet, right? I've always known, I knew this as a broker, if I could just show people strategies to be more consistent, they'd get there. Even if they consistently did all the wrong stuff, they'd still get there. The law of numbers would kick in, right? We've got to learn to be consistent. Now, here's the challenge with our industry. Nobody can make you do anything. The broker can't make you do anything. I can't make you come to a meeting. I can't make you show up at the office. I can't make you make calls. I can't make you prospect, write thank you notes, whatever. I can't make you do anything because you're an independent contractor. So the best part of the real estate business is what? You're your own boss. And the worst part of the real estate business is you're your own boss, right? So at some point, we have to get to the higher level in our minds of what is it I really like to do? Is it possible for me to build a business around the things I really do enjoy doing 100%? You moving towards something, or are you moving away from something else? We tend to have entrepreneurial bursts as realtors, right? We kind of go down the rabbit hole. We get to where we don't feel good about ourselves. We don't feel good about our production. And we go, oh, I'm not living here. This is not me. And all of a sudden, you start taking action steps. And it works. For the alchemist, it works every time. Your business takes off. And you get distance from that wall that was behind you where you felt like you had your back to the wall. And you go, oh, okay, feel good now. This is awesome. And then unwittingly, what happens? You get sucked right back against the wall again. Then you have to have another entrepreneurial burst. Because what you're doing is you're moving away from this sad feeling that you have about yourself versus moving toward something better, being proactive. Most real estate agents, quite honestly, have very reactive businesses. The top producers, it's a very proactive business. Both movements work in the short term, but only one of them, the proactive side, works in the long term. And that's just because you're moving towards something rather than fleeing something else. Your life is always lived at a higher level if you're moving toward an aspirational thing than moving away from the feeling of fear or anxiety or whatever. So you got to answer this question for yourself. Who are you? I think there's three types of real estate agents. The first one I would call the consummate professional. The true pro in real estate is focused on 2 or 3 of the possible options for driving their business. They're not trying to do them all. I'll talk about tweeners here in a little bit. They know every subtle nuance of what they're doing and are incredibly consistent at conversion. So let me tell you how important this whole personality style gig is. All right. So when I took over the brokerage in Springfield in 2001, I had 5 people. They were all doing about the same level of production, all doing about 20-ish million. And I know you're not playing the open like 20 million, big deal. But that's what they were doing. And they were all doing it completely differently. I had one lady who put a headset on every morning and started cold calling people. I had 2 people that had pretty big advertising campaign. I had one gentleman who dealt with 3 builders and 2 developers, nobody else. And I had one guy who did 2 open houses 45 weeks a year, 2 open houses every Sunday, 45 weeks a year, and had 5 geographic farms. They're all doing business completely differently, and they're all doing the same amount of business. And I thought, well, this is crazy. I'm going to give them a personality test. I'm weird that way. Well, because I was trying to find a pattern. I mean, like, because I always felt like in life, if we could unlock the safe and just go run through this door, this worked. I gave them all a disc test, and guess what I discovered? They were running their businesses in exact harmony with the disc. They didn't realize it. They'd never taken one before. They had unwittingly stumbled into this thing. I went to the next tier of people in the office and I gave them this test. Guess what I found? They weren't always doing things that were in harmony with who they were. And I went to the bottom tier of people and guess what I found? It was like an X. The things that the test said they should be doing to drive their business, they weren't doing at all. They were chasing things, right? They weren't pros. The second group is a tweener. It's where most real estate agents live. They dabble in multiple strategies, but their execution is sporadic and inconsistent at best. They do a little bit of a Zillow play, but not enough to matter. These are the people that are like, I'm going to spend $200 a month on Zillow. I'm going to test it out. Take two $100 bills. Go out there in the parking lot. Get a lighter. Seriously, light them. It'll be over quickly. It won't be like death by 1,000 cuts. $200 a month on Zillow is going to be death by 1,000 cuts. If you're going to play, play. If you're not, get out. Go do something else. Okay? They have sporadic past client systems. They kind of contact their people, but they kind of don't. They do open houses when a seller threatens them to do it. You better hold it open. You better do something to sell this. Go hold it open. Right? The tweeners. Caught betwixt and between. And the bottom groups, you have the rookies. They're everywhere and nowhere at the same time, operating completely and 100% out of fear. Understand, these three categories, my three categories of realtors have nothing to do with someone's production. I know people who are doing a lot of production, but mentally they're still a rookie. I do know this, anybody that's a true pro, they're always doing a lot of production. They have a great life. They go do all the cool stuff, the fun stuff, the tweeners. That's, if you're a tweener, and you know by my definition whether you are or not, you can make a decision anytime you want to. You can turn pro. You just have to do the same things as the people I showed you earlier. You got to go practice more. You got to read more. You got to think more. You got to run your life rather than letting other people run your life. We're in the middle of a technological revolution in our industry. No doubt about it. And yet, the average income per agent nationally has not gone up. The average number of transactions per agent has not increased, and the average number of hours we work has not come down. And we got more tech than we've ever had before. And it's not changing anything, is it? The deal, we all acknowledge this, the deal is the same. When you get pen to paper, buyers are buying from emotion, although they started out very pragmatically. Sellers start out selling from emotion, although they become pragmatic over time. Just get rid of it. Tired of messing with this, right? When we write an offer, everything is good. The seller has total control of the transaction until they sign. Now the control all shifts over to the buyer. Real estate deals are going to be good as long as we get through which part of the contract? Inspection. It's been that way for 30 years. Because we're people. We're humans. And we're still operating the same way, and tech doesn't fix that. John Naisbitt said, in our minds at least, technology is always on the verge of liberating us from personal discipline and responsibility, only it never does and it never will. The more high tech around us, the more the need for human touch. So true. And he said it 20 years ago. Thomas Edison said, being busy does not always mean real work. The object of all work is production and accomplishment. Seeming to do is not doing. And we are a busy industry. Oh, we're so busy. We are just so busy. And yet the numbers nationally don't change. Now, you guys are an anomaly. This whole office is an anomaly with the production value. I mean, and we're all riding a wave, right? And this thing is crazy. Isn't it funny how our mentality has changed if you got a listing? If this thing doesn't sell in like 48 hours, you're like, oh my God, what did I do wrong? Do we need to do like, we used to do the 30-day price, you're like, okay, we're gonna have a 48-hour price reduction, right? Life test is the hardest test you'll ever take. Everybody tries to help you, but only you can answer the question. There's no wrong answer, but when you answer the question, the world falls into place. What's the question? What's the one question that you can answer, if you can answer it, that by answering that one question, everything falls into place? Anyone? What do you want? What do you want? I was in a mentoring program with Bob Proctor in 1996. That was really when I started down my journey of was there a connection to how you think to what you get out of life. And I got a call from a guy named Mark Meyerdorf, and he said, Bob is starting a mentoring program, and I think you might be a good candidate. Okay. So they had me fill out this long questionnaire about myself and my life and my business and all this, and then said, Bob will call you. Now, how many people even know who Bob Proctor is? Okay, so Bob, ever heard of the book The Secret, or the movie The Secret? Bob was one of the big contributors to that, right? Trained by Earl Nightingale, one of the, anyway, I could go down to Bob's story, but anyway, I was like, this guy can help me, right? So I faxed back in the sheet, and it said, Bob will call you. Now, I figure I'm going to get like a guy in a cubicle calling, right? Some minion, some call center person. One night on Friday night about 7 o'clock, phone rings at my house, which we don't have anymore. And this voice says, Wayne, Bob Proctor. I'm like, I know this voice. This is him. I understand you might be interested in the mentoring program. Yes, Bob, I am interested in it. Well, Wayne, what would you like to know about it? And I go, well, Bob, I know you're a busy guy, so let me just cut to the chase. What's it cost? He said, well, Wayne, the mentoring program is $12,000. And I said, Bob, been real? You're a busy man. Thank you very much. He goes, well, wait, I have a payment program. Now I'm a realtor. I'm back in. Right? I go, what's your payment program? Bob says, Wayne, it's $4,000 a month for the first 3 months. I'm like, Bob, you're a busy man. I'm out. And he goes, do you not believe your life would be better by talking to me once a week? I said, Bob, there is no doubt my life would be enhanced by the opportunity to talk to you once a week. I'll just let you in on a little secret. I don't have $4,000 to write a check to you right now. And he goes, Wayne, you must trust. The money will be there. This was swear to you, is what he says to me. The money will be there when it needs to be. Like, now, what a sales pitch, right? It was. There every time. So I get this mentoring program with Proctor. He calls me every Tuesday. 12 o'clock. Hello, Wayne, Bob. Hi, Bob. How are you? I'm good, Wayne. What do you want? Well, I want this. Why don't you go do it then? I give him a litany of reasons why I couldn't do it. We went through this for a little while. Bob goes, one day he calls me, Wayne, what do you want? I said, Bob, we've been down this road before. We've done this before. And he goes, what's holding you back? It was if time and money weren't the issue, what would you do? I go, oh, God, Bob, if time and money weren't the issue, I'd do this, and this. He goes, then why don't you go do it? And finally, I was like, can I just be really honest with you for a second? He goes, well, I would expect you to. I said, I've racked up a little money in my corner. I racked up money in my corner, and I don't want to lose it. He goes, can I be really honest with you? I'm like, yeah. He goes, you don't have that much money. He goes, you haven't racked up that much, and you're young. You could lose it all and start over. It's not like there's a finish line to this game. And that gave me clarity. So at one point in the middle of all this, after I've paid Bob the first 3 months, I decided to unveil to my father that I've hired someone to teach me how to think. My father, my mentor, my go-to guy. I'm like, hey, Dad, I hired this guy to teach me how to think. And he's like, what? I'm like, yeah, Bob Proctor, this guy. And he goes, to teach you how to think? Well, what? And he goes, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard anybody do. What do you mean you hired somebody to teach you how to think? I go, well, I don't know how else to tell you. I hired some guy to teach me how to think. He goes, well, what'd that cost you? Like, 12 grand? And he's like, you're not my son. I mean, what do you mean you don't know how to think? Because my dad was one of these guys that, I gave him the book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I'm like, Dad, you got to read this book. This is unbelievable. You buy these companies. I give it to him, and the next morning we always had breakfast together, and I go, hey, did you start that book? And he goes, no, I read the whole thing last night. He goes, you didn't know that? I'm like, no. He goes, how did you not know that? I thought everybody knew that's how you played this game. You buy stuff, you pay it off, it spends off revenue. You go buy more stuff, you pay it off, it spends off. How did you not know that? My dad knew that. I go, you're right. Your dad did know that, and you figured that out. How'd your brother do? And he goes, oh, man, Bob didn't get it, did he? I said, no. And I said, how'd your sister do? And he goes, oh, Betty really didn't get it. I go, okay, so Dad, let's just be honest. You didn't tell me this. So I had to pay this guy $12,000 to tell me how you like it, right? That was the year I won the Missouri Am. First Missouri Am, 1996. All because of the teachings of Bob Proctor. 100%. I was not the best player in the field. I shouldn't have won, but Bob had taught me how to think, right? So my parents came out and watched me in the finals, playing a guy named Don Bliss. Don had won 4 Missouri Amateur titles of the match play part. That gets into too much detail. The only other person that done that was a guy named Tom Watson. And the headline in the Springfield paper, where the thing was, the tournament's in Springfield, the headline is Bliss goes for 5th state title. Springfield paper, I still have it. And it's like, oh yeah, he's playing Wayne, but we know how this is gonna come out. And I won. And I won, and I won't go into the whole long story, but I won because at one point I hit a ball out of bounds. And I knew it was out of bounds. I mean, it was so out of bounds. It's unbelievable. And they're like, you want to re-tee? And I'm like, no, I want to go make sure it's out of bounds. They're like, what? I'm like, I want to go make sure it's out of bounds. Because what I needed was I needed some time by myself. So we all go down there and they're like, yep, Wayne, it's out of bounds. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to go back now to the tee and hit another one. And they said, do you want to ride? I'm like, nope, I want to walk. And all the way back. I'm going, what do you want? What do you want? Probably never going to get here again. So far, that's been true. I've never gotten to the finals again. Nobody's going to remember a second. Second's going to suck. You're never going to get here again. What do you want? What do you want? Come on. Bob keeps telling you, what do you want? Figure it out. And we get to the next hole, and the 4-time state amateur champion, Don Bliss, hole tops it off the 6th tee box in the morning match. And I'm like, look at there. This guy's human. They end up winning. My dad comes up to me afterwards. Is that Proctor stuff? I'm like, yeah. And my dad, being my dad, he goes, that's weird. Turns around and walks away. Right? Never was going to do it. Okay, anyway. What you want is a key question, right? This is strictly between you and yourself. Nobody else gets to get involved in this. I have done enough weird stuff in my life that I now know with 100% certainty that it doesn't matter what I do, half the people think I'm a nut job. Because if I'm not doing what you're doing, you think I'm crazy. When I was a salesperson and decided to build a team, all the individual salespeople said I was just crazy. That'll never work. Well, it didn't work because I didn't understand what I was doing, so I went back to being an individual agent. Now all the team people told me I was nuts, right? And all the individual people, I was okay again now because I was like nuts. When I went to the brokerage side, oh, now all the salespeople thought I was just a total nut job. Why in the world would you go do that? When I went to the regional side, all the broker owners were like, oh, Larry Keating would tell me, oh, you're going to the dark side. Why would you go do that? Because I want to, right? When I left the region, all my friends who work for companies and have salaries and 401ks and insurance and all that stuff I had as regional director, they're like, you walked away from what? I'm like, yeah, not wired that way. I couldn't do it anymore. My own guy, got to figure stuff out. I may crash my ship into the bank, but it's my ship. I'm not a rider on somebody else's ship. They're like, you're crazy. I'm like, I've always been crazy, but I enjoy what I do, right? And for me personally, and probably for all of us, life's a 3-legged stool. Whatever I'm doing to make money, and I run every decision that I have to make through my 3-legged stool. And your 3 legs may not be mine, but we got a 3-legged stool, I'll tell you. Number 1, with a monetary component to it. Number 2, I have to enjoy the work. And number 3, I have to have complete freedom. And if I can't have those 3 things, it's a resounding no. And that is another thing that comes from the book Essentialism. If it's not a resounding yes, it's a no. If it's not a resounding yes, it's a no. It's a great way to run your life. The growth process is we all have a life, right? As you sit here today, you have your life. You either love every minute of it, or right now you're challenged with where you are in your life. Just understand one thing, you get 100% credit both ways. You love where you are, take full credit. You don't like where you are, take full credit, because you created it, nobody else did. Wherever we are in life at any given moment, we created it. Why did we create the life we created? Because of what we expected. Now that can come from external sources, right? That can come from what your parents might have told you about what your life should be, or somebody that you look up to who's constantly telling you, well, you should do this and that. When you get deeper into that, you will discover that they're telling you to run your life the way they run theirs. We tend to do that to people unwittingly. Why do we expect what we expect? Because of what we think. And why do we think what we do? Because of the inputs into our life. So if our lives are totally driven by TikTok, social media, Snapchat, Instagram, Pinterest, all this junk, right? That will create thoughts. They're not positive. So we have to input the proper things in our mind. And that takes us back to a basic tenet of life, seek wisdom. Read more. If you don't like to read, sign up for Audible. $14.99 a month. You get a book a month. Right? Do something. Start getting the right thoughts into your head. Because the one thing I will tell you is I've been very lucky, as we all have, to hang out with some pretty cool people. They are all voracious readers. They read constantly. They study. And they check off on what they're reading versus how they're running their life. I'll give you another book. I don't know if I don't know that you're ready for this one yet, but I'll give it to you anyway. It's called The Adventure of I. Jack Fry. No Jack, or know of Jack, right? When I was up in Pennsylvania with Jack a few weeks ago. One of the coolest guys I've ever been around in my life. He has the #1 large market single office the United States has for 15 years. I mean, just killed it. Just talking to my son on the phone. And I was staying at his house, because you always have to stay at Jack's house when you go. And he's like, what time do you get up in the morning? I'm like, 5. And he goes, okay, well, I don't get up quite that early, but you'll hear me rustling around. I go, okay. And he said, I kind of have a morning ritual, which, by the way, successful people all have a morning ritual, right? Read The Miracle Morning by Hal Elrod, if you haven't ever read The Miracle Morning. And Jack's like, I said, well, what's your ritual, Jack? He said, well, #1, he said, I get up and I go get the paper. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I go, where do they throw your paper? He goes, well, down at the street. Well, his driveway is a half-mile walk. So he gets a mile walk in every morning, first thing, to go get the paper. He goes, and then I do some exercises, some stretch. He's 68. And he goes, and then I read. I go, really, what are you reading? He said, I'm reading a book called The Adventure of I. He said, but I can't read more than like 2 or 3 paragraphs at a time. It's just too deep. And he goes, and then I meditate. Well, really? How long have you been meditating? He goes, oh, I'm north of about 3,000 days in a row now. But later on that day, I talked to his manager, Jim Williams. We're talking about Jack. He goes, you know the one thing about Jack Fry? I said, what? He goes, that guy could fall in a pile of chicken. It comes out chicken salad. And he goes, and I've never understood how he does it. I said, I'll tell you exactly how he does it. He told me last night how he does it. It's because of the way he thinks. Because he meditates. It's because he makes sure that his mind is a sacred place where, and Jack will talk all the time about energy. Just like, it's not good energy, Wayne. I don't want to have anything to do with it. It's not good energy. And we were talking last night about a new move that he's made. He's like, you know, Wayne, I'm so calm. I just know it's going to work. I said, of course you do. I go, The Adventures of I. He goes, oh yeah, I'm reading it for the 3rd time now. So it's a great book, The Adventures of I. You cannot get it on Audible. You got to get it through Amazon. It's not widely circulated. It's deep. Stick with it. It's awesome. And it is the way the mind works. Jack cured a heart issue with meditation, and the doctor proved it to him. He had this massively irregular heartbeat, and then all of a sudden it went away, and they said, what have you done differently? Have you stopped drinking? And he goes, no. One of the best wine collections I've ever seen in my life, by the way. And they said, what about eating? Are you eating differently? And he goes, no. Are you working out more? No. And he goes, I did start meditating. And they go, that's what it is. He was having these irregular heartbeats 500 times a day. They're now under 20. He goes, I won't stop meditating. You know, I don't know if I'm going to be all meditate. You do? Awesome. 3 Ds of success. We got to take a break here in a minute. You want to take one now? Want to take a break? Okay, break time. 5 minutes? All right. Which, that's the target. We all know.
He's got it all messed up over there. What the heck you got going on, girl?
Get it out.
Right. Right.
Yeah, that's the other side.
You'd be surprised.
No, I didn't. How we doing? What's that?
All right, we'll take your seats. We'll start up again. All of that. I got the highest speaking fee I can get for December the 3rd. Okay, here we go. All right, so I think that 3 is, number one, 3 is a really bad number, right? Like Fred had that song that 1 was like the loneliest number, 3 is actually a horrible number. Because when you get 3 people in a room, you end up with 2 on 1 almost every time, right? So if you have kids, you understand this. Like you couldn't, like our kids could always have, they could either have 3 kids spend the night, or they could have 1 kid spend the night. They could never have 2 kids spend the night because somebody was always crying by the end of the night, right? Because two teamed up on 1. But however, in this part of my life, 3 seems to be like the optimal number because everything I do is in 3s, and I don't understand why. So bear with me while I go through 3 of my 3s. I think there's 3 Ds to success, and I think number 1 is you have to differentiate yourself. And it's important because most people don't like realtors. So if you sound like, act like, talk like, look like, handle the deal like most realtors, you're already behind the 8 ball, right? So you have to differentiate yourself. Now here's the flip that's happened in the market. We used to acquire people's names and contact information and do drip campaigns, right? And try to drip on them over time. That's over. If you don't differentiate yourself with the public today at initial contact, you will not get a second chance. You can thank our friends online for that, right? You can thank Zillow and Trulia and Realtor.com that their job or their goal is to try to make you an interchangeable piece and to try to lessen your value proposition. So number 1, you have to differentiate. Number 2, you have to defend the people you already have. Meaning you have to have a massive past client program so that your people never go back out to one of the internet portals again. Number 3, you have to disrupt. There's a like it or not, there is a finite number of real estate transactions that will be done in your market this year. Okay? So if we want to acquire market share, we want to do more, we have to, the reality is you're disrupting someone else's business. We see it happen all the time when someone in the market gets into real estate who just everybody knows and they're a really nice person. And all of a sudden they come in and start doing deals and you're like, where'd they come from? Well, that speaks to the fact that some people weren't defending their own people as well as they should. And lastly, that will create a sustainable business, all right? So now you couple that with what I call the 3 Ps. Number 1 is practice. If I had to sum up my speech in 45 seconds or less, read more and practice more, your life will change. So do what you want to do. You have to prospect. I don't mean you have to learn how to talk. I don't mean you have to learn how to cold call people. That's not what I mean by prospecting. But you do have to have some lead generation thing going on a regular basis. You have to learn how to present. And most realtors are really bad at presenting, quite honestly. They haven't crushed a listing presentation. They don't crush the buyer presentation. And the buyer presentation is going to become a bigger and bigger deal moving forward. Your ability to get people to sign a buyer agency agreement prior to showing property is about to, in the next 5 to 10 years, become a massive issue. And it has to do with the NAR lawsuit. If you haven't heard about it, I'll tell you about it later. The NAR class action lawsuit. If people have heard of the NAR class action lawsuit, the game going to change the game somehow. We just don't know how yet. So when you do those things constantly, you'll have continual growth. This is what the elite athlete does, right? They practice a tremendous amount. They practice. And then lastly, we have the 3 C's of action. Information without implementation is simply noise. Having the head game and not taking action on it, so many people are that way. Like, well, I know how this works. We'll go do it then. Right? Get out of your own head. Go take some action. So then we know that clarity is the number one issue. You've got to be really clear on what it is you're trying to do. Dennis used to talk to me about this all the time. He walked in one day and he goes, "You okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." He goes, "What's wrong?" I go, "Just everything." This was 2009 when he had then anointed me with the ability to run both regions with the existing brokers and fly around 7 states and drive and deal with all of our brokers at the bottom of the market. And the conversations I would have when I would come, it's probably so great to be able to come up here with you guys. Because in other markets, it was like, if I showed up, I'm probably shutting you down. Or we're going to have this really serious conversation. It's when the movie Up in the Air came out. And I'm watching it with my oldest daughter, and she's like, "Is this you? Is this what you do?" I'm like, "Yeah." I try to convince people it's okay for you to shut down. It'll unveil your new life. And I told Dennis, I said, it's just everything right now. And he goes, "Everything." Now, there's a big word that we can't do anything with. Wayne, we've got to get clear. Now, you just got to get clear, and you got to think about it. Let's get really clear, and then let's go down the decision tree, and let's figure out the decisions we need to make. And it was another great life lesson taught to me by Mr. Curtin. But once you're clear, you start to build confidence. And once you're confident, you start to build consistency. See, I believe that we consistently do all of those things that we're confident in. I believe confidence is what holds us back. I believe that the only way we gain confidence is by practice. In every part of our life, the only way we gain confidence is by practice, so that it becomes rote, so that we're not thrown a curveball, because I expected the curveball to come at this time. And that will mean when we are clear on what we're trying to do, we have confidence and we're consistent, we now know we will be taking the proper action for us as individuals. And it doesn't matter whether my proper action is your proper action. The way I build my business is not the way you build your business. It doesn't matter. This deal is between you and nobody else. Your goals are your goals and nobody else's. Always be very careful who you share your goals with. Because unwittingly, people will shred your goals. No, you can't do that. You can't not work weekends, Wayne. You can't build a consulting business. You can't do this. You can't do that. And they don't do it on purpose. I mean, people really don't, but it's kind of the default setting. You'll only take consistent action on what you believe in, equipped to do, and is behaviorally in tune with your core being. The fact. Don't fight it. It's the fact. Biggest challenge in growing any business is people, number one, being consistent, and more importantly, being intentional. How do businesses become great businesses? Because whoever was running it intended to make it a great business. They knew full well that they would make mistakes. Some things would work, some things wouldn't. One of the things my dad taught me was you got to be as good a loser as you are a winner, because not all this stuff works. But you got to keep trying. Something will work. Another wise piece of information that somebody gave me one time, he said, you will get to a certain point in your life when only half the things have to work. Because you can cover the ones that don't. Because I don't know if that makes any sense to you at all. It made perfect sense to me, but now as I said it, it makes no sense whatsoever. You get to a point in your life where when you're starting out and you're strapped for cash, right? Everything kind of has to work. Like I can't fade this is what we call it. I can't cover this if it doesn't work, so everything has to work. But it flips. You get to a certain point, it's like, I'll take a flyer on this. If it doesn't work, no big deal, because I've got this other thing going on, whether it's multiple businesses or whatever. What's the simplest business model of all? Be good, be nice, and stay in touch. Be really, really good at what you do. Be incredibly nice to everyone you deal with. Stay in touch with them. If you're good and you're nice and you stay in touch, your business has to flywheel. It has no choice. So when people's businesses don't take off to the level that we want to do, we can always go back to one of these three things. Either you're really not that good at this. So here's the deal with not being good. Your really great friends will still use you, but they will not tell their friends to use you because you're not that good. And I don't want to hang my name on your bad process, right? But when you're good and you're nice and you stay in touch with people, we get to unveil this other side of the business, which is the referral side, which is what everybody says they want to be able to do, right? But let's say that you're really good at what you do, but you're mean. You won't get to the level. I had an agent tell me this not too long ago. I was at my local watering hole, and an agent looked at me. She was talking to somebody who was getting into the business, and she said, "Hey, Wayne, come here for a second." So I went over. What's one piece of advice that you would give to this person? I go, "Oh, be good, be nice, stay in touch." And this person looked at me and said, "Well, I got 2 out of 3. I'm good and I stay in touch." And I looked at her and I go, "If you were nice, you'd be doing a lot more." Because she's well known in the market to not be a nice person. Horrible to deal with. Beats people up, runs over them, all that stuff, right? So, but here's the weird part. Even if you're good and you're nice, if you don't stay in touch with people, your business still won't go to the level, right? Be good, be nice, stay in touch. Be good, be nice, stay in touch. So the question is, how good are you? In today's world, you're always competing. Even if this is I'm serious, guys, even if the competition is nameless and faceless, even if this is somebody that you've sold 7 houses to over the last 10 years, you're competing. You're competing against a Zestimate. You're competing against the ads that I see on TV now for Ideal Agent, where they'll do it for 2%. There is a filter that they are running you through. Acknowledge it. Okay? You're always competing. A competitive environment, and I believe that everything is competition. I'm a very competitive person, as I know a lot of us are in the room. There's only 3 things that separate you from all the other realtors. Number 1 is your processes. Understand that people refer processes, they do not refer people. We think we're being referred because they like us. No, they like the process that we took them through. And they will share that with other people. Okay? Selling real estate is a battle of processes. Either you get the client into your process or you end up in the middle of theirs. You know you're in the middle of their process and you don't like it, and the phone rings and you look down at it and you go, "Oh God, it's them. And I don't want to take this phone call." You're in their process. That is somebody that you never should have been dealing with at all. There's that old song of blinded by the light, right? Sometimes we get blinded by the sales price. They're still rude, nasty, distasteful people. Just say no. Say no early. Number 2, your materials. Now, I'm in a different class of group here than I normally am. I know your guys' materials are awesome, right? But if your materials aren't awesome or you don't have the core baseline of materials, you better go get them because it's what helps you so much in this industry. It's incredible. And number 3 is your dialogue. You want to differentiate yourself? Work on the dialogue. Seriously, work on your dialogue. I would contend, and this is not on a slide, so if you want to write it down, great. If not, no. Every time you meet someone new, right, I think there's 4 things that you need to work into the conversation. And number 1 is, do these people have a desire to do a transaction? Because not everybody that we run into, right, has a desire to do a transaction. Perhaps they were just killing time and wanted to come through the open house or whatever that vehicle is, right? So we have to work that in there somewhere into the conversation. And it's strictly just dialogue. Do you have a desire to do a transaction? Number 2, do you have the ability to do a transaction? Obviously, that means, are you paying cash or will you be getting financing, right? And or do you have another piece of property that has to be disposed of in some manner before you can do this deal? The 3rd question, would you like some help? Would you like some help with the process? And there are people that will say, no, I do this all on my own. I always have and I always will. Okay, cool. Not a lead, just a human. And the fourth level is, could I interview to be the one that helps you? All I ever ask for is an interview. If you'll layer that into the conversations that you have with people, it allows you to quickly figure out who the 20%ers are that you want to try to get close to, and who the 80%ers are that are going to waste your time. The vast majority of people, realtors, are afraid to do this. I have access to either 13 or 14 different Zillow accounts to my clients. How many of you play the Zillow game? Anybody? Okay. The bar is so incredibly low, you have no idea. And it doesn't matter what part of the country you go to, the conversations are all the same. The great conversations on a Zillow call, guess who they're driven by? The client. Rarely are they driven by the agent. The agents are stumbling all over themselves. Long silences, like awkward, weird silence. I don't know, let me try to find the house. Dead air, right? That's why the average Zillow consumer interacts with 26 different realtors on 74 different pieces of property. You know that 47% of all Zillow calls are never answered. And so one of my clients, Chopper Russo, great name, the Chop, Thomas Chopper Russo of New Jersey, he's like, Wayne, this just shows you how unloyal these people are. I go, or it shows you how realtors suck, that they can't get anybody to get a great conversation with them. And that's where the work needs to be done in today's world. The more things change, the more they remain the same. How good are your dialogues when you get that person, right? When somebody comes into that open house, how good are your dialogues? How good are your materials? And do they really even matter? Do you believe materials matter? I think they matter massively. So this is one of my clients. This is like the counter at her open house. She's down in Houston, Texas. And I was on her about, I'm like, look, man, the more materials you have, the easier it is to get into deeper conversations with people, because wherever the conversation goes, you have something to give them, right? That will differentiate you at the first level from the average agent. That will allow you, there's a thing called the law of reciprocity. If I give you something, you feel this weird obligation to give me something back. Use your materials as a way to invoke the law of reciprocity, right? So she finally pulls the trigger on this and says, I'm hosting my open house, we'll see how this goes. I get this like 3 hours later. Well, I picked up a buyer lead. You're so right. People are eating up this stuff. 3 buyers picked up. They loved all the info. Was she any different person than she was 3 weeks before without the materials? No. Is she a great agent? 100%. But just the fact that we had some pretty cool materials kind of greases the rails for us to get into better conversation. And no different than recruiting real estate agents, right? I mean, you got to be able to, I got to show you what I got. I got to ask you the questions of what are you looking for in a brokerage, right? Let me show you, let me see if I have what it is you're looking for. Oh, by the way, I have this, right? I have this, and that. Same thing applies. So I would tell you the core things that I believe you need to have. You need to have a buyer questionnaire, okay? That's basically your crib sheet of questions that you ask every buyer. You need to have a pre-listing questionnaire. Questions that you ask every seller before you go out to their house. You need to have a pre-listing packet. It's a pre-sale packet, a brag book, if you will, right? You need to have a buyer packet. That will help you with the buyer agency presentation, which, as I said, is becoming a bigger and bigger deal. And then if you choose to prospect, right, actively prospect, you're probably going to need a for sale by owner book at some point if you choose to go after that piece of business. Because you have to just differentiate yourself in initial contact, and that's what materials do for you. Here's the biggest challenge with the business. So many options and so little time. There's all the different ways you can generate business as a realtor. Well, there's more now, that's an old slide. They all work, by the way, and that's really the problem, is everything works, right? Everything that you do would work if you would just do it consistently and understand the numbers and the backside game of it, right? Everything works. We'll talk about tweeners. So if you look at business, just in general, just any business, there's 3 buckets of business in business. We can either advertise, right? That is us spending money to get people that we do not know to contact us so that we can share with them our goods and services. We can get referrals from our satisfied past clients, right? Or we can actively go out and talk to people that we do not know. Every business operates this way. It is not real estate. It's every business. This is call centers, right? This is Super Bowl ads. This is affinity programs. Exactly the same thing in our business. If you could run your business knowing that you're going to jump really deeply into one of these three buckets, which bucket do you want to be in? How many of you would like to spend a ton of money to find new people? How many of you would like to cold call regularly? Raise your hand if you'd love to work by referral. All right. That was dicey. So here's my question. You want to work by referral? If I'm one of your past clients, one of your referral sources, how often do I hear from you and in what manner? Raise your hand if I hear from you more than 24 times a year. Raise them really high. 4 or 5 people. You do what now?
There's like 10 or 15 that I know.
Okay. Raise your hand if you contact your past clients more than 18 times a year. Well, they're paying for you, obviously. More than 12. More than 6. 12 won't even keep your people your people. This is the game. This is the rule that all the online people are playing. This is their entry point into your business. This is how they're going to get, and they are getting, between you and your people. Okay? So we have to fix this, right? You need 250 to 300 people in your network to have a sustainable business that works strictly by referral. Now, there's a difference between network and advocates. We'll talk about that in a second, right? You got 10 to 15 advocates that are feeding you massive levels of business, right? So this is how we want to run it. We got to have 250 to 300 people. If we don't have that, here's the cold reality. You're either going to have to prospect your way to it or you're going to have to advertise your way to it. You should be able to be massively referral based within 5 years. But what people forget to tell you is, oh, by the way, you're going to have to generate leads a lot and work your tail off for 5 years, and then the thing will fly well and you can put it on autopilot as a realtor. And most realtors never do the first 5-year thing. So they end up chasing their tail and they become tweeners. Tweenerland. Tweenerland lies in the middle of all of it, right? So I do a little bit of advertising. I'm spending $250 a month on Zillow. I think these leads are horrible, right? They kind of contact past clients. By the way, if you didn't raise your hand at like 18 at least, maybe 24, you said you wanted to work by referral, but your business model doesn't reflect it. So to me, that's the cornerstone for everybody to start with. You've got to start there. You've got to maximize that play, and then we're going to add in the rest of this stuff. We do some prospecting every now and again, but not really. And we end up we're tweeners. We're caught betwixt and between. It's not a concept I invented. I just gave it a real estate application. It comes from a book called The Motley Fool Investment Guide by the Gardner Brothers. And they talked about tweener companies. Tweener companies were companies that when you looked at them, you couldn't figure out how they generated their business. Classic tweener companies were Montgomery Ward. Keyword there is were, Montgomery Ward. Sears, Kmart, and then the ultimate move, Sears and Kmart joined forces and became this behemoth tweener company that nobody knew what they were. And so what the companies that make it, right, are not tweeners. So when you think of Kmart, do you get a mental image at all? Blue Light Specials was about the only thing they had going for them, exactly. But when you look at Walmart, you get an image in your mind and it's the lowest prices, right? And when you look at Target, you look at it as kind of like a cool Walmart, right? You get a different vision in your mind of Mercedes-Benz than you do. This is where we are today as an industry. Okay? So, and Heidi knows this gentleman. So I've met over the last few months a gentleman by the name of Bill Woodard. And Bill Woodard was one of the original guys in Walmart. He was with Sam Walton when they had 30 people, or 30 stores. And he then went on to open up basically the rest of the world, or he was a wheel at Walmart. And I have drinks with him every couple of weeks, and I start peppering him with a lot of questions. And I'm like, hey, what was the difference? Why Walmart? Why Walmart make it when the others didn't? Because at some point in time, there had to be all these companies, right? And he goes, well, he said, what most people don't know, and I didn't know this, Walmart, Kmart, and Target were all started in the same year, 1972. And I'm like, well, why Walmart make it? He goes, well, number one, it was because of Sam. And he said he had his rules. Rule number one for Sam was the customer's always right. Rule number two was if the customer's not right, refer back to rule number one. And rule number three was you would always walk out with your total order being 5% less than everybody else's. Each item might not be 5% less, but when the bag was totaled, it'd be 5% less. And he said he wouldn't deviate from it. He wouldn't back off from it. So we had that conversation. And then last week we sat down again. And Phil looks at me and he goes, I've been thinking. Okay. I've been thinking about our conversations. He goes, really, it was the culture of the company. That was really the difference. We had this great culture in our company. And we wouldn't deviate from it. Culture is a huge issue, right? Culture and value proposition are part of my 4 pillars. You have to bring great value and you have to have a great culture, right? That's how you won't be a tweener, right? Don't be a tweener. What's the only issue with tweeners? We're not focused. We just don't focus. We dabble. We're the only industry I've seen that believes success comes from going wide. Doctors don't do it. Insurance people don't do it. Attorneys don't do it. Sports figures don't do it. The closer in baseball, who only has 2 pitches and only pitches like once every 3 days for 1 inning, makes a lot more money than the utility guy that can play every position. It's like a law. It's like Pareto's law. Focus, right? You'll only consistently do, though, that which you enjoy. Here's the game we play. We got the general public. They don't know us. They don't like us. They've never dealt with us. You want to deal with the general public? It's now all about what? Response time. All about response time. If you don't like that game, don't try to play with the general public. You might have to play with them early if you don't have enough people, right? But just understand it's all about response time. If you don't respond quickly and enthusiastically, they will hang up with you and move on to someone else. They have that ability today. Right? Better than those people, that's your acquaintances. This is an odd group. We all tend to have a lot of acquaintances. They know you and like you, and give them the chance, they'll use you, but give them the chance, they'll use somebody else too. These are the people that you sold them a house a few years ago, and you drive by and somebody else's sign is in the yard, and you're like, oh my God, they're my people. We are salespeople. We always deem the relationship to be deeper than the client does. We have to fortify those relationships on a regular basis. Better than acquaintances, that's your network. Now, those people will always use you, but they may or may not be referring their friends to you. In some cases, it's because they're just not wired to refer. People are not wired that way. And lastly, we have the advocates, the people who stop traffic for you. So the game that we play, right, is pretty simple. We want to take people from the general public, move them from acquaintance to network to advocate, and never let them leave our network. They won't all turn into advocates, but it's shameful if you let them ever leave your network. It's shameful if you let them go back out to Zillow again. That's on us. That's just the absence of us staying in contact with them. When you have a client, you have a closing with them, at that moment in time, they're an advocate because I know you guys, you did a great job. Just understand people don't move closer to you in business over time, they move away from you. Over time, they become part of your network, and they become an acquaintance, and they're back out on Zillow again, snooping around. The only way we can fortify that is through like an affinity program. So for these 10 to 15 people that you guys have, I'm assuming the deal's a little sweeter for those people than it is the average bear. They get more things from you, right? So, just look, follow the rules of big business in the service industry. So, it's affinity program, right? I mean, you see the ads for Capital One all the time in all these places. They don't talk about their rate. They talk about the bennies you get by being a Capital One cardholder. I stay in Hilton hotels. I'm a Hilton guy. If you travel a lot, you're either a Hilton guy or you're a Marriott guy or you're whatever the Holiday Inn is. But I'm a Hilton guy. I have the highest status in Hilton. Big deal. I get 2 bottles of water, and if I get there early enough, I get that nice parking place right in front for Diamond members. But it's better than me bouncing from hotels all the time. I don't use Priceline to find hotels. By the way, how many of y'all use Priceline or Orbitz or one of those? That's exactly like a customer going to Zillow. It's actually the same platform, actually designed by the same guy, a former Microsoft executive. Okay? I rent my cars from National because I have status with National. I fly on United Airlines. You may hate them. I love them because I have status, right? I use an American Express card because I like the point system. I don't use anything else. And the more I deal with these people, the sweeter it gets, right? The challenge we have is you get a database built up really big as a real estate agent and you treat everybody the same. The more I deal with you, the better this deal should come. For a lot of people, that's the only thing you need to change in your business. You're sitting on the business you claim you want to do. I'll show you a little model for it here toward the end. Principal priority states. You got to know the difference between what's urgent and what's important. You better do what's important first. 3 issues we have in life is our skill set. Only you know what your skill set is. Okay? Only you know how good you are. Only you know how confident you are in a listening presentation, a buyer presentation, an open house. When we're engaging the public, only you know at your core how good you really are. Only you know how disciplined you are. We all have habits. We are the sum total of our habits. Everything in life is a habit. Your habit, maybe you work out every day. Your habit, maybe you don't work out at all. I don't know. We're all habits, right? We all get everything in life intellectually because we were blessed with the idea or the way to figure things out. We get that we should drink lots of water intellectually. We shouldn't eat sweets. We shouldn't use tobacco products. We shouldn't drink too much. But then sometimes behavior kicks in. And as Andy Andrews would say, your best thinking got you there. Right? It's not like somebody walked into something and went, oh, this is going to turn out bad. I can't wait for this to happen. Your best thinking always gets you wherever you are. It makes perfect sense in the moment. Any shortfall or frustration in your life, and by the way, any positive in your life can be traced back to these things. If you feel lax in your life, it's because of your habits. If you feel wealth and growth in your life, it's because of your habits. Because we all got the same amount of time, right? Every one of us. Doesn't matter what we do with our time. Embrace what I call the power of 15. I truly think you can change your life 15 minutes a day. If you really sit down and you break down the core things that you need to learn and you need to be doing and you need to know, and you make sure that you put them in 15-minute blocks, and you just start committing to 15 minutes a day. That's it, no more. No hour of power, right? None of that. 15 minutes a day. You can change your life 15 minutes a day. 15 minutes a day of writing notes to my past clients. 15 minutes a day of calling them. 15 minutes a day of practicing. 15 minutes a day of prospecting. 15 minutes a day of working on marketing pieces. Whatever it is, 15-minute segments, that's all, that's it. Don't go for an hour. It won't work. But break it down to every day. Some of you know Sherm Shanklin, old Shermy, over in Nowata, Oklahoma. If you don't know Sherm, you're missing out. He's one of the coolest people I've ever been around. Sherm writes 10 thank you notes a day. Or not 10, that's his long. Sherm writes 10 notes a day to people who own land in Oklahoma, saying that if they'd like to sell it, let him know that he probably has a buyer for it. He writes 10 notes a day. Every day, he writes 10 notes a day. And I'm like, Sherman, what's the return? And he goes, it's too high to calculate. He goes, last year I made $500,000 doing that. So he was in a class that I taught in a setting, and And so one of the, I'm in a Facebook group with this office I work with, and one of the guys said, that was such a great idea that Sherm had, but rather than doing 10 notes a day, my goal is 50 notes a week. And he posted in this Facebook group, and I immediately went back and I said, dude, that's the trap. I said, you won't write 50 notes a week, because you'll have till Friday to write your 50 notes, and you won't think you need to write 10 on Monday. And then Tuesday will happen, and something weird will happen, and then when Tuesday night you go out and drink, you know, I didn't talk about this, but it's what I'm thinking. And then you come to the office late on Wednesday, and you run out of time. Before you know it, now you got to write 45 notes on Friday, and you won't do it. Break everything in this industry down to what do I do every day. That's the power of this industry. When you break this thing down to daily, this is easy. And by the way, you discover it's not 80 hours a week. And then beware of the rule of 2. Never let more than 2 days go by without you spending time in the power of 15. People who exercise understand these 2 rules. Because if you skip 2 days of going to the gym, before you know it, you've skipped 2 weeks. And then you skip 2 months, and then it's 2 years, and then you're like, well, I need to go back to the gym now, but I haven't been there in so long, I'd have to spend like 2 hours working out. And I don't have 2 hours today, but maybe I'll have 2 hours tomorrow. And on top of that, when you go to the gym and you haven't been there in 2 years, it's intimidating as hell. Because they have like new machines that you don't know how to work. And you don't want to look stupid. So you just, I mean, look, if you work, you know, if you go to a gym, you see the people that go to, it's just a social event. They come to the gym, they put their stuff down, they walk around, they're there like 45 minutes, they go home and tell their spouse they just got back from the gym and I'm tired of it. They didn't do a damn thing. They just do, it's like their coffee club, it's a gym, right? I had a guy tell me, he goes, look, man, when you start working out 15 minutes a day, that's all you commit to. Because you can't tell me you can't find 15 minutes. This is to me, this is the key of business planning. Break everything down to the smallest segment you can, because you can do that. I was just listening this morning. They interviewed Urban Meyer, Ohio State coach, former Ohio State coach. I guess he's, they had the Folds of Honor guy, Fox News. Oh, there you go, you know my political lean. They said, what did you focus on with your players? And Jason, you'll probably appreciate this. He goes, 4 to 6 seconds. I just need 100% output for 4 to 6 seconds at a time, because that's how long a play lasts. And just get in there and do it, boom. And then, you know, rest up, whatever you can do. It took 4 to 6 seconds. The other thing that he said that I found so interesting, he said, you know, it takes a lot to get to the top of the mountain. But he said, what people don't realize, it takes just as much, if not more, effort to stay there. And he said, that's the part that people tend to miss out on. He was talking about it in a football setting, but it's a life setting. 20% of the goal, I said this to you earlier, 20% of the people going to work feel like they're doing what they ought to be doing, 80% don't. That's because we can learn to be confident in almost anything, but we won't be consistent at it. We learn how to say no. Each person's greatest room for growth is in their greatest area of weakness. That is so false. Stop working on the stuff you're not good at. Quit it. Drive it home with the things you're good at and where you're confident. Because in all of my reading, all of your reading, you will see this pattern with people. They focus on the things they're really good at. They build their businesses and their lives around the thing they're good at. They hire people to do the things they're not good at. And their life goes to another level because they have more time to focus on the things that they're good at because they're confident in those. And that's because every person's talents are endearing and unique. Every one of us in this room has something that we're good at. And we can make money at. And people will beat a path to your door if you just live there. With each person's greatest room for growth is in the area of your greatest strength. That's a fact. Steph Curry goes to the gym before every game 3 hours prior. Steph Curry's the basketball guy I showed you earlier. Most prolific three-point shooter right now in the NBA. When he goes to the gym, what does he do? He shoots three-pointers for like 3 hours before every game. He doesn't go under the basket and do post moves. He doesn't need to know how to do that. He needs to know how to shoot three-pointers. And the more he practices, what happens? The more of them he makes. And the more he makes, what happens? The more confidence he has. So when he comes down the court, once the game starts, if he misses his first three-pointer, does he freak out? No. I made like 400 of them before the game. I'm going to make the next one. It's the old adage, if you're hot, shoot it. If you're not, shoot it till you get hot. You'll get hot. But it's because they practice, right? The growth of your business is around 6 things. It's your personality. It's your business model. They have to be in harmony with each other, guys. You can say no to any realtor activity you want to. Understand that when you take on an activity in this business, it has a set of rules to it. For instance, if you want to play the Zillow game, you have to answer your phone every time it rings. It is amazing the number of realtors that go, I just hate answering the phone. Well, are you on Zillow? Oh, yeah. Well, that's a rule. Right? That's a rule. You have to. So just don't play that game, but you got to replace it with something else, right? How clear are you on what you want to do? Because you can do it. Whatever we set our minds to, we can do, guys. It's the power of the human brain. You just have to get confident. You got to have great material, and you got to be consistent. If we're just consistent, golly, if we're just consistent, it's a little bit every day, whether inch by inch, lysis inch, or whatever. But remember, obviously, this is the theme. You only consistently do the stuff you like. You don't consistently do stuff you don't like. You either like going to parties or you don't. I don't. We were talking about that at the break. I'm horrible at parties. I don't like cocktail parties. I'm just, ooh. Because I'm over here. I'm like one above the dot or above the line. I get it done. I don't care how we do it. Don't give me paperwork. Right? Just don't. I don't care. I'll talk my way through it later. No, do, and have. Right? You've seen this a million times before, and you've seen a lot of this before. Did you represent everything you could ever possibly know about real estate? You ain't ever going to know it all. Stop trying. Stop learning stuff you're not going to implement. Stop it. If you got a passion for commercial, go for it. But don't dabble in it. Refer it off to somebody else. Let them, the guys that are there, if that's what you want to do, go for it. If you can't crush it, why are you doing it? This is everything you can possibly do and everything you can possibly have. All the widgets, all the apps, all the crap. You can 1999 yourself to death in this business, can't you? Believe it or not, if you follow Russell Brunson, anybody know Russell Brunson? You follow, don't follow it. But if you follow him, you know what their business, these guys' business model is? Knowing full well you'll sign up for $19.99 a month and you'll never use it, and it'll be almost a year before you remember you signed up for $19.99 a month. And then you'll shut it off. It's a business model. It's diabolical. Okay, so you'll never know everything, you'll never do everything, you'll never have everything. Stop trying. You only need to know the things that are in harmony with the 2 or 3 ways you're going to generate business in your business model. And you need to know every subtle nuance of them. You need to turn pro, right? Every person in this room has the ability to turn pro. By the way, it doesn't happen magically overnight. It is a decision. I'm going to go down this path. I'm going to get really good at this. And it works every single solitary time. Because good is the enemy of being great at something. The fox and the hedgehog. The fox knows a little bit about a lot of stuff. They're fun at parties. The hedgehog knows a lot about like 2 things. Probably why I'm not good at parties. I don't like parties because it doesn't matter what I think. All people do at parties talk about other people. I hate that. I want to talk about this stuff. I want to talk about growth. I want to talk about what are you reading or what are you like, what? What are you reading? I ain't reading nothing. Oh, really? Okay. I don't want to hang out with you. Gotta have a passion for what you do. Better have a passion for what you do. Number 2, you got to believe you can be the best in the world at it. You may not be there yet. You may never get there. But you're working every day to try to become the best in the world at whatever it is you're doing. Number 3, You gotta have an economic model behind it. You gotta be able to make money doing it, and you can. And when you put all three of these things together, you have what's called a BHAG. Now, this comes from the book Good to Great by Jim Collins. Have you ever read the book Good to Great? Talked about companies that went from being good companies to being great companies. And the common theme of those companies, and when you couple passion, you think you can be the best in the world in an economic engine, you have what's called a BHAG, or a big, honking, audacious goal. And the main thing that comes out of the book, Good to Great, is this. The more you specialize, the more successful you will be. The more you have a business model that makes sense and you stay in it, the more successful you will be. And the classic deal in that book to me was Walgreens and Eckerd Drug. Okay? At one moment in time, much like Kmart and Walmart, Walgreens and Eckerd Drug were on equal footing with each other. And they went down growth paths at the same time. And Eckerd Drug's growth path was to buy up small independent pharmacies, take down their sign, put up Eckerd Drug. Walgreens said, no, we are going to build stores on major corners every time. We will not do it unless there's a couple in major cities, but if you ever think about Walgreens, they're always on major corners. You can get to them from both streets. They're set up the same way. They have all the same products, right? Well, who won? When's the last time you saw an Eckerd Drug? Now, CVS, obviously now it's like McDonald's and Burger King used to be. You see Walgreens on one corner, you see CVS on the other. You're either a Walgreens person or you're a CVS person. I'm a Walgreens person. I don't know why. I guess because I know where things are in the store, right? The more specialized we can become, the better off we are. And it's not a big business issue, guys. It's a small business issue. Crush a couple of things. I got a good friend. He's the national expert on seatbelts. All he does, he's a lawyer. He gets brought into every seatbelt lawsuit. I got another friend. I haven't seen him in a long time because he moved. He was the world's renowned expert on landmines. His name was Ken Rutherford. You can Google him. How did he become the world's expert on landmines? He blew off both his legs with a landmine in Somalia, working with Princess Di. And he goes, well, I've lost my legs, figured I better learn about landmines. You can ask this cat anything about a landmine from whenever, and he'll be able to tell you about it. He said, and he told me one day, we're having dinner, and he goes, you know how people mess this up? I'm like, no, Ken, how's that? He goes, they start out wide and think later they'll focus. He goes, the game is start out narrow, and then you'll decide if you even ever need to widen. He goes, I wrote a book on landmines. That got me speaking gigs. That got me different university positions. He goes, I just know landmines. You'll overestimate what you're going to accomplish in a year. You'll underestimate in 10. We all have heard that, right? You know what? You'll overestimate what you can accomplish in a month, but you'll underestimate the year, and you'll overestimate the week, and underestimate a month, and overestimate the day, but you'll amaze yourself at what you can get done by the end of the week. There's a thing called the Stockdale paradox. Admiral Stockdale, James Stockdale. Nobody really knows who he is. He was Ross Perot's running mate. When Ross Perot, if you even know that name, when Ross Perot ran for president, he was parodied on Saturday Night Live for saying, I don't even know why I'm here in the vice presidential debates. And then he said, hang on a second, I didn't hear the question, I didn't have my hearing aid in, and they made fun of him. He was actually a professor of philosophy at Stanford University. He was a retired admiral in the Navy, POW. And they asked him one day, why did some people make it through the POW camps in Vietnam and others didn't? And Stockdale said, oh, that's really simple, it's the optimists. And they're like, oh, so the optimists, they all made it out. And he goes, nope, they all died. He goes, those of us that made it out had an unwavering faith that we could and would make it out of here. And doing everything every day that we could to get out of there, while knowing full well we may never get out. We all got out. So don't play the long game, guys. You may not be where you are where you want to be right now, right? The question is, each and every day, are you making moves to get to where you want to be, wherever that is? And then you put it in a plan, right? And then you just implement the plan daily. God, don't set an annual goal. It never works. It never has. Because you got all year to get there. But you don't have to crush it in January and February. It's like, well, I'll just re-advertise. We're realtors. We do that. I was in Oklahoma last week, and an agent goes, I said, how's your year? She goes, oh, I had a deal fall out the other day. I'm not going to hit my goal. And I looked at her and I go, you know what? Next year, let's do it a little different. Because if you study, lead generation and all that, it's the lack of doing something 90 days ago that actually comes to roost today, right? And I said, this whole goal setting thing, it's not like you're supposed to be the person at the marathon that goes like this over the finish line and then falls down. It's like you're not supposed to hit your goal on December 31. Hit your goal in September. Right? Put the things in place to get you there by September. You get the last 3 months off if you want to. But so many people get so close and then quit. But really, they quit 90 days ago. You got to realize whether you're talented or not, every person in this room is talented. Some of us have scratched the surface of it more than others, but we're all talented. We're all wired the same way. We're human beings. It's in there for all of us. You got to have knowledge, both factual and experiential. You have to have done something. Book, headspace knowledge is not the thing. You want to have some tension in your life, go read a lot of books, and then you'll put tension in your life. It's like, okay, I know what to do now. Why am I not doing it? You got to have a reality habit. Where are you really, right? In every aspect of your life. You have to be able to focus. You need to be consistent. And the last thing, and the most important thing, is you desperately need other people. See, here's how it works. You have the ability to do anything you choose to. All you have to do is take an action step toward it. And people will align themselves to help you. But you have to take the action step. If you don't know what it is you're trying to do, I think you're messing with the higher powers. And it's like, well, how can I help you get there? Like God looks down at you and goes, how can I help you get there? You don't even know what you're trying to do. If you just figure out what you're trying to do, I'll help you. There's people that can help you. Because every time you take a step, somebody weirdly shows up in your life out of the blue and it's like, well, where have you been? And I believe it's kind of like God saying, well, I didn't know you needed them because you couldn't figure out what you wanted to do. But now that you know what you need to do, here's this person, they'll help you get to here. And here's this person, they'll help you get to there. All you got to do is figure out what you want to do. And just remember that whatever you say that you want to do, half the people think you're crazy. But that's okay, because this is your deal, nobody else's deal. But this is how it works, right? I'm telling you, you look back on your life, this is how it has worked. Every single solitary time. When you took an action step, it worked. People aligned themselves with you. It has to. Go read the book, The Adventure of I. It's the way the world works, the way the universe works. It's energy. It's true. It's a thing. Embrace it. 3 key people. Number 1, you need a consultant, and I don't mean that because that's what I do for a living. You need somebody to look at your business with a different set of eyes. Perhaps somebody from outside of your industry. Say, well, I don't know why you're doing that, because in my industry, we do it this way. You need a mentor. I will almost bet every person in this room that whatever you've nailed in your life, you had a mentor. Whether it was if you worked out a lot, whether you had a personal trainer, that's a mentor, right? Just make sure that the mentor that you choose has walked down the path you want to walk down. Specifically in real estate sales, not just by production, but the way that they built their business is in harmony with how you want to build your business. Because absent that, mentor-mentee relationships don't work a lot. Okay? Because if I hook you up with the wrong person, they could drive you out of the business when the reality is you're really talented. You need a peer partner. Anyway, I knew this, and it got validated to me in a video I watched one time. There's a company called Jack Henry. They're out in southern Missouri. They're a big banking deal. And I watched an interview with Jack Henry's son, who was running the company at the time. And they said, what was the key? And one of the keys was partnershiping. And he goes, and I don't mean we had strategic alliances. He said, I mean, my dad and whoever the other guy was, they were partners. And they could go in a room and shut the door and yell and scream at each other. But once they opened the door again, they were on the same page and they went for it. You need a peer partner. You need somebody that you can talk to that's at the same level where you are, facing the same issues you're facing. The only rule has to be that you build each other up, you don't tear each other down, and you don't get in a gutter with somebody. Like, well, how did you do this week? I didn't get any of my stuff done. Oh, thank God, I didn't either. You know, it's so crazy, right? Don't let it go there. And just to prove the point of how important all of these things are, I'm going to show you some pictures of people. So anybody know who this guy is? Now, if you heard me speak before, you may or may not know, but that's a guy that you don't know. And in my list of guys you don't know, here's another one. And my third guy that you don't know, you might know, but you might not. You might know who that guy is. That Wozniak. That's Wozniak. And the fourth guy, I resoundingly know you got no clue who this cat is. That guy right there. But you know their word. Because the guy in the upper left is named Charlie Munger. He goes with that guy. His name is Warren Buffett. There's a massive power in partnershiping with people and getting into flow with other people. See, Warren Buffett is an incredibly talented individual who does nothing but work in his highest and best use every day. Warren Buffett reads 6 hours a day. He reads stock portfolios 6 hours a day. Charlie Munger always ran Berkshire Hathaway. It was not Warren Buffett's highest and best use to run Berkshire Hathaway, but Charlie did it. Well, that goes with Steve Jobs. Jobs was a sales guy. If you ever read the biography of Jobs called Jobs by Walter Isaacson, it's a great book. He's a very conflicted guy, but he was very focused on what he believed to be true. Wozniak created all this stuff. That's Paul Allen. He goes with Bill Gates. Well, Bill Gates was out trying to put a computer in everybody's house, and everybody said, wow, what a nut job you are. Nobody, why would anybody want a computer in their house? He ran Microsoft. And the last one I find is so interesting, because I'm weird that way. Does anybody know who the last guy is I put up there? That's Henry Ford. Henry Ford is known as the guy who invented the assembly line. Guess what? He didn't. He was the visionary. The other guy's name is James Couzens. He invented the assembly line because he was the integrator. And that's why you need to reach for rocket fuel. There is a massive power in partnershiping. Wherever you can get to on your own, you will get farther if you will allow people to help you, but they don't know they need to help you until you decide what it is you want to do. 3 kinds of time in life. I'm almost done, I promise. Playtime. You guys are like in the hotbed of playtime. We all want high quality, high quantity playtime, don't we? We want to go on the trips we want to go on. We want to eat in the restaurants we want to eat in. We don't want to order from the wrong side of the menu, as they say. We want to go have fun. Here's the part we don't understand as humans. That the quality and quantity of your playtime is directly proportionate to the quality of your pay time, not the quantity of it. There is no zero, zap, nada correlation between the number of hours that someone works and the amount of money that someone makes. If that's the case, there wouldn't be realtors working 70 hours a week making 40 grand a year. And conversely, there wouldn't be people working less than 20 hours a week making $500,000 a year. There's no correlation. There never has been. It's a lie. But the quality of our pay time is directly proportionate to the quality and quantity of our prep time. And we don't prep. We don't practice. We don't study. You want to enhance your life in 2021? Honestly, study more. And be willing to read a book. Like have 15 minutes a day, you just read a book, and be prepared for people to walk by your office and go, what are you doing? I'm reading. Well, why don't you go to work? I am. You weren't at Wayne's seminar. You don't know. I'm working. But seriously, because, okay, another thing, things you need to go watch. Go on YouTube. Put in Andy Andrews, The 7 Decisions. Have you ever shown it in the office or sales meeting or anything like that? It's an hour and 26 minutes long. You can divide it up, Jeff, into each of the decisions. Awesome. One of Andy's tenants, and he's an amazing guy, he lives down in Long Beach, Alabama. You need to watch it. I watched it again a couple of weeks ago. It still gives me chills every time I watch it. He has the 7 decisions you make in life. And he gives you real world examples of people who made those decisions. But one of his decisions is seek wisdom. And he said, if you think about it, that every day of your life, you're either headed into a crisis, you're in the middle of a crisis, or you're coming out of a crisis. It's just the way life works. He goes, but your best thinking got you there. And he said, the same level of thinking that got you in a crisis will not get you out of a crisis. So you have to seek wisdom. You have to study. You have to talk to people. You have to be mentored. There's all of these common themes that we know, right? But when we walk out of here today, it's like, oh, no, life's going to happen, right? Don't let it. Seriously, don't let it. If we spend enough time, quality and quantity and prep time, we will have a higher quality of paper. You'll start saying no to things. You'll stop doing stuff you don't want to do. You'll build your business model around what you enjoy, and you'll go for it, and your income will go up, and your family life will go up. It's just what happens, right? And I guess what I'm trying to say to you is it's not just for a few people. It's just a decision, right? It's just a decision. I mean, I weirdly wrote down, for me personally, in 2001, time and money weren't the issue. What would you do? I would teach and train to keep people in my life in the business and life disciplines so they would understand the balanced life, what you were supposed to have. Everybody's like, well, that's weird. I'm like, that's all right, that's me. If I could figure out how to make money doing that, that'd be cool. 2 weeks later, by happenstance, which I don't believe in, I ran into a guy, had a thing, wanted me to come to work with him, ended up being my partner. As a result of that, I'm not in that partnership anymore, but I now own a bunch of property with him, and I own part of the title company with him, and if I hadn't gone in to play basketball that day, it wouldn't have happened. But if I hadn't been real clear on what really drove me, I would have just played basketball. See, that's to me is the lesson. What do you want? I spent a lot of money over the years. You've spent money, and I'm telling you, it's out there for every one of us. This life that we desire is just at the edge of your fingertips. Seriously, I swear to you, it's at the edge of your fingertips. Not always roses. You're going to step in some crap. You're going to make bad decisions. It's okay, because you're moving towards something else that is. I believe that we all have in our mind the perfect business. We got the business of our dreams in our mind. And then we have the reality of where we are. Well, the space that I'm so lucky to get to work in daily with people is the disparity between where you actually are, the reality, and the business of your mind. All you got to have is the business of your mind, though. And sadly, so many people in the world, in America especially, they don't have the business of their mind. They settle, they accept, they concede. Don't do that. You got into this business because you're an entrepreneur. Go for it. Go for it. Follow the model of the elite athlete. There were all these other people that were just like them for a while, and then it wasn't like Steph Curry got to the NBA and he's like, oh, I better start practicing that. Issues currently shaping the market. It's kind of the rules of the game. We're on a 7-year market run. Really 8 years now. This thing's crazy, isn't it? Anybody in the room been in the business less than 8 years? Raise your hand. This ain't normal. Just to let you know, it's not this easy. It's going to turn. It's a cyclical business. It will turn at some point. It only is going to turn for a while. Okay? We got the NAR class action suit. All right. I would challenge you guys right now to really start thinking about what's going to happen for you to make fabulous buyer presentations for people, for two people. All right. The default setting for our industry right now is what? We sign a buyer agency right before we sign the contract, don't we? That's about what the vast majority of people do. This class action lawsuit is going to end that. Now, if you're not familiar with this lawsuit at all, a group of attorneys got together and they thought, hey, look at this. I think we can get some money here. That's basically what I think happened. The crux of the lawsuit is it is unfair and it is collusion for sellers to be coerced into paying a fee to a buyer's agent. It's not fair. The buyer should pay their own fee. That's the crux of the lawsuit, okay? And they're saying that we've all colluded together, NAR and all of the major brands. All of the major brands are named in this lawsuit, including Remax, Rheology, everybody. They're all named. And that's the crux of the lawsuit, is it's unfair. It should change. It's restrained trade and all of these things. NAR has tried to get this thing dismissed 5 different times. The judges refused to dismiss it. I have read the 140-page subpoena because I did not know this until this happened. Missouri is a very class action lawsuit friendly state. So they filed it in Missouri. Yeah. So they went out and they petitioned all of the MLSs in the state of Missouri. They were all their records. They got them. They then went after an office of every MLS, and they wanted all of their records. And what they're looking for is conversations between agents setting fees at a 3% or I don't know, 3.5% or whatever y'all do up here, right? So Seattle, when this came out, Seattle MLS immediately reacted to it and changed all the rules. And their new rule said that absent a buyer agency agreement, prior to you showing a piece of property, you had to prove that you had a buyer agency agreement. If you could not prove that before you showed the property, you must accept whatever the listing agent was offering to a buyer's agent. Okay? If you had the agreement, you could then negotiate it on the front end and all the sellers were going to pay it. All the listings went to $500 to a buyer's agent. Now that's kind of an overreaction, okay? But look, here's the deal. This just exposes the fact that this is a half-baked industry that has always tried to shore up the mediocre to bad agents. A lot of our rules are just for the mediocre bad people, not for the stellar people. I'm just saying, start working on it now, seriously. Matt Van Winkle, you know Matt, right? So Van Winkle and I are talking about this, and he's like, I'm going to start doing sessions on it. And I said, okay. He goes, what do you think I'm going to run into? I said, agents don't know how to tell what their value is to a buyer. Sure enough, that's what happens. Like, how do I show my value to a buyer? You better start working on it now, guys. Seriously, because that's where this is headed. And I think something's going to change. They may not win a lawsuit, whatever. Something's going to change as a result of it. The number of leads being generated, or people being generated, is a big deal that I'll give you some more detail in a second. Okay, Amazon is doing to shopping malls what online is doing to the realtor community. How many of you shop regularly? How many of you are Amazon Prime? Let me just ask it that way. Of course we are. It's so much easier, right? I don't have to get in the car. I don't have to park my car, walk into the store, try to find the thing. I can just click, 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 and it's on my front door. That is exactly what online is trying to do to you. And the only way, I would say there is a way for you to fix that, which I'll show you in a second. So trend number 1 is a purchase business trend. It's really not a trend anymore, it's just a thing, right? Third parties who are selling quantity, you have to be able to identify the quality within the quantity. People that have the ability to do that, they make a lot of money in that arena. I have a client in Fort Wayne, Indiana. She spends $3,000 a month on Zillow as an individual agent. But she made $300,000 off of Zillow. She's like, this is like shooting fish in a barrel. She's like, you can't believe the number of listings I've picked up off of this. I don't know why this is. And I said, I can tell you why it is. Because most of the Zillow play is driven by teams. It's the buyer's agents that are taking the calls, not the team leader. And the buyer's agents really haven't been trained that well on how to handle these calls. You're really good. You're converting more than your fair share of them. 2011, there were 4.6 million transactions in the US. There were 4.5 million online leads. In 2018, there were 5.5 million transactions, 89 million generated leads. For sale to realtors. They're not all leads, right? They're humans. They're just humans. It's our job to figure out if they're a lead. How do we do that? We do it with our dialogue. Nothing more, nothing less. There's no computer program that's going to spit out a good lead to you. You have to learn how. You have to go back to the lost art of conversation, the questions that you ask, showing value, materials, all those things. Trend number 2 is what I call the scrolling society. We all scroll now. We have our phones, we scroll. We go look through our phone, something doesn't grab our attention on the front end. What do? We keep scrolling, right? We keep on going. That has now worked its way into the way we go through life. No longer can you build rapport with people over time. You got to learn to engage, show value, and differentiate in initial contact. At every service delivery point in this industry, you have to be able to, you have to really work hard now to do this. You have to differentiate yourself and bring massive value. Whether that's sending a video out to people after every phone call that you take that you think might be something, hey, I want you to put a name with a face. Or that it's just automatically sending people a buyer packet. What are you going to do to make this customer experience better than what they expect? Because what they expect it to be is not good. Got 3 ways of showing value: your initial conversation dialogue, your materials, and your process. So when I tell you you need to study 15 minutes a day, study in those arenas. Role play. How many of y'all like to role play? You kind of don't like that. You like to role play? Or are you just adjusting your sweater? You got to scratch. Okay. So how many people like to role play? 3 or 4 people. Come on. If somebody asks you to role play, be nice. Okay. The reason I've discovered the reason we don't like to role play is another agent always throws us curveballs, and it shreds our confidence. Role playing was designed to build confidence, not shred confidence. Non-agent driven information. Third-party portals ultimately have one goal: to lessen the value of the agent in the field. Ultimately, the third-party portals want to figure out a way to get to the listing side. I had this theory, and I shared it with Nick Bailey. Nick used to be with Zillow, and he goes, oh, you weren't in the room, but that's all we ever talked about with Zillow. How do we get to the listing side? That's where the iBuyer thing came from, right? They were building a database of people that were going to be in the market, possibly selling their houses so they could turn around and sell those leads back to all of it. They're ultimately wanting to control the business. We are just very late to the dance, guys. It happened in travel years ago. It happened in the stock market years ago. We were able to shield it off, and now it's here. And in both of those industries, the people that were really great practitioners are fine. They're actually doing better than they ever did. Right? So it's interesting to me that third parties are doing to our industry what we've always refused to do for ourselves. And that was really once and for all, clean it up and get a few good people doing this so everybody had a great customer experience and everybody was happy. This is from Market Watch last year. It appears iBuying was just the beginning. Get ready for machine learning to remake real estate altogether. They're going to figure out how to really dial in on value through machine learning. They have these programs that now can look at a picture of a house, and the program can figure out whether it is granite, or it is Corian, or it is Formica, and they are building the database of the different values of that. So if everybody's saying, oh, this estimate's just wrong, they're working on it, folks. Now, the beauty is we live in Missouri, and we're a non-disclosure state. So their data will never be as good in Missouri as it will be in other places. They're getting it pretty well dialed in other markets. Today's age of value is no longer information, it's the interpretation of the information the consumer already has. And as an industry, we are really challenged to do it, but y'all can do it. Y'all are already doing it, that's why you're where you are. You have to focus on being a trusted advisor. A model that is personal, high touch, and high service. So have you guys noticed that in the Amazon world, you now see more boutique stores than you ever have seen before? Because Amazon can't do that. So you have to take your service level to the boutique store level. When we go into the boutique store, why do we go? It's a better shopping experience. They know me by name. They treat me special. They already have curated the things that they already know I like. We have to take our businesses to that level. But if not, we're the mall. Nobody really liked going to the mall anyway, I don't think. Not once you were past being a teenager and you could walk around. Number 4, communication paths. As we start using more and more online communication strategies, our value proposition gets diminished on a regular basis. It is really hard to be the trusted advisor when all you're doing is texting people and emailing signatures back and forth. Now, I realize you guys are in a second home market and you have to do some of that, but there is a communication food chain, right? Face-to-face communications still win. Just by their design, you're better off talking to somebody face-to-face. You can hear their voice inflection, you can see their body language, personal messaging. It's a two-way gig. It's still the best way to communicate. You know, we say, no, people today, they just want to text. Well, it's just easier to text. But on a serious conversation, I don't want to text from you. I want to talk to you. Next, we have phone. We have voice inflection, personal messaging, and it's still a two-way communication. You can slide Zoom in there if you want to. We're all probably zoomed out, right? Zoom was really cool and sexy when it started. Getting kind of old now, right? Getting really old. Video, and by this I mean shooting a video and sending it to someone, right? And the only problem with it, it's a one-way communication, but you should still implement it on every new lead that you get. Immediately when you hang up the phone, send them a video. Hey, I'm Melissa. I just want you to be able to put a name with a face. Look forward to sending you the information we talked about because we got great material. Texting, and finally email. Email is the worst way to communicate ever. Just to remember, the more important the topic or the issue, the more personal the engagement needs to be. You can really misread somebody's text, can't you? Right? 2 components of business planning, mathematical and emotional. What we've dealt deeply in is the emotional side, right? The math is the math, man. I mean, we can model stuff out all day long. We can run numbers, but the question is, you have the emotional mindset to implement the thing you modeled out? Because it always flies or dies on paper, right? You got to have a model for everything. Most activities were doomed day one, we just didn't know it. And modeling things out is crucial. There's a difference between having a goal and having a model. A goal is a wish, it's an idea, it's out there. I would like to do this. The model is what tells you what you need to learn, right? What you need to have, the materials you need to have, and it tells us what to expect day in and day out. And as long as I run the model, I'll get there. All right? This is why annual goal setting sucks. It's awful. It doesn't work. It never has. Break it down to every day. If we do these things per our model in a proactive manner, there's no way we don't get there. Get into conversion rates. Get into all of the subtle mathematics of this, all right? So you guys have a page that looks like this. It's kind of a baseline for you to start. I told you there wasn't going to be any math. There isn't. I'm just going to show you how to fill this out. Or better than that, you know, get with Jeff and everybody and sit down with somebody, right? And make sure you have a model that works, a model that you're confident that the mathematics works. So here's how it works. I call this guy Rudy Remax. Rudy wants to make $200,000 this year. All right. Rudy's average commission rate is 3%. If we take $200,000 and we divide it by 0.03, Rudy needs to do $6,600,000 in production. Rudy's average sales price, $150,000. If we take Rudy's 6.6 and we divide it by 150, Rudy needs 45 transactions. And as Yoda said, do or do not, there is no try. Once you say that you want to make 200 grand and you need 45 transactions based on your number, then let's get after it. Because you can. Hell, I barely got out of college. I went up 400% in a year. Went from $48,000 to $192,000 12 months later. Looked back on the previous year and said, what the hell was I doing? I changed the way I thought. That's all it was. I changed the way I thought. Changed the way we think, and the world opens up to it. Start with your network. If you have 100 people in your network that know you, like you, and want to deal with you, they each know 5 people per model. That's 500 potential referrals. Go with a really low conversion rate. We acknowledge 95% of the time we don't get the deal from those people. 95% of the time they're upside down in their house. They have a relationship with another realtor. They decide not to take the move. Whatever. That's 25 transactions. So the first thing I would tell you to do is look at your database and run that model against your database. That's probably aggressive numbers for your market because it's secondary homes. But there's a number in there. For every person in your database, they each know X, and that returns Y. That's the baseline for everybody's business. For most people that I do this with, that's as far as they ever have to go. Most agents literally are sitting on the business they claim they want to do. It's like can't see the forest for the trees type thing, right? If you don't have that, though, we're going to have to go after actively doing things, and there's different methodologies within each of these. But for sell by owners, if I did 3 a week, 50 a week a year, that's 150 contact, right? All I'm focusing on is contact. 5 expireds a week times 50 weeks times 0.75, because 25% of expireds, they really are done. They've had enough. They're not going to play anymore. That's 187 contacts. If I did 20 open houses, I figure 5 people would come to an open house. Half of them really are neighbors. People that aren't going to do anything. That's 50. Adding sign calls, you probably don't get a half a day anymore, right? I mean, sign calls have pretty much gone away. But if you did, that's 70. An internet lead a day, only if you're paying for them, quite honestly, only if you're paying for them at this point. That'd be 70. Total generated leads, 527, 5%, 26 deals. Now we have a model. If I do these things regularly, daily, so like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I have to go contact a for sale by owner. 5 days a week, I have to get in contact with an expired. Like I can't finish my day until I get in contact with an expired. Okay, now here are 2 ways to do this. The old way was the way I did it, was always call people, right? You can't do that hardly anymore. You can't find their phone numbers, all that. If you have a powerful pre-listing packet, okay. Number one, do you even have expired listings here? Not really. Jeff's saying yes. Some people are saying no. However many there are or aren't, if you have a great pre-listing packet, here's a strategy that works. I had a client, and she's like, I really want to go after expired. And I said, I know you won't. I know you're never going to call them. She goes, yeah, you got to figure out a different plan for me. I'm like, okay. I said, you have and she does. I said, you have a fabulous pre-listing packet. Start mailing it out to expired. She goes, okay. And I said, put a note on the front of it. Try to figure out what you're going to write. So she comes back to me and she writes like this realtor form letter thing. I'm like, nah, it's not going to work. I said, let's try this. Go buy some big yellow sticky notes. Get you a flare or a Sharpie marker and just write, sorry your home didn't sell. Maybe I can help. Lisa. And mail them out. She's like, really? I'm like, why not? Let's see what happens. She listed 6 of them in the first 3 months. But she was different, right? So if you know you'll never call people, that's why you have to have material, right? We got to figure out a way to get there. Once, as Yoda says, do or do not, there is no trouble. And then you break it down in what I call the agent perfect day. And you start for the first time, maybe not the first time for you guys, but for most people, dealing with what I call a proactive calendar. right? Most realtors have very reactive calendars. We leave big blocks of time open in case somebody calls. And then when someone calls, it's always better than the nothing you had scheduled. So you stop doing the nothing you were doing. You shut Facebook down or TikTok or whatever you were looking at that moment. You're like, oh, I got a lead. No, you contacted a human. And because you didn't have the skill set of figuring out if it was a lead, you get in your car and you drive. And then you meet them there, and sometimes they're a lead, and guess what? Sometimes they're not. And see, my contention is you should have never gotten that far with people. This deal of, well, I'm just better face-to-face. You may be, but you can probably get better on the phone, right? I invented a word 3 years ago called being progressive. It's the confluence of being polite, yet aggressive. Be progressive. It's true though. If you're polite with people, you can ask them like anything. And weirdly, if you start recording your conversations with people, which is legal in the state of Missouri, by the way, you do not have to tell them you're doing this, you'll start discovering that they will answer almost every question you ask them if you ask it properly, thereby unveiling more of their situation, all those things. Okay. So build a proactive calendar around your model, which is built around you. Stop trying to fit yourself into what you see people do. Build your model around yourself. The hardest struggle of all, doing more than the average person, said Charles Schwab. And yet, we're all blessed with the ability to do it. So to me, I think it's really not about the numbers of business planning. It's about your mindset. Whatever somebody else has done, you can go do. Every time, without fail, as long as you understand the key components to this thing. You desperately need other people. You ever seen the praying hands picture? I told you the praying hands story before. You know what the praying hands are? Or that etching that's been around forever. It's like these two hands, they're praying. It's known as the praying hands. That's what it's called, but it's not the praying hands. There were two brothers, Albert and Elbert Durer. They lived in Austria. They both loved art. They had no money. They were like 2 of 14 kids. And so they flipped a coin one night. And the winner of the coin toss got to go to art school. The loser of the coin toss had to go into the mines. You can Google this. It's a true story. They had to go down to the mines to make money to pay for art school. They flip the coin, and Albert wins. Albert gets to go to school. Albert goes into the mines. And Albert works in the mines, and he starts making money. Well, Albert gets to art school, and he's really good. I mean, there's no wonder he had a passion for art, because he's really, really good. And he starts selling his artwork, and he graduates from academy, graduates from art school. And so they have this big celebration. At one end of the table is Albert, and at the other end of the table is Albert. And halfway through the dinner, Albert makes everybody stop, and he raises a wine glass and says, "Brother, this is to you." He said, "If it hadn't been for you going into the mines, I never could have gone to art school. Now it's your turn. You get to go to art school." He said, "Now here's the only thing. I know our deal was I would go into the mines. I don't have to go into the mines because I'm making enough money selling my artwork that I can just send you to academy." And Albert starts crying. And he holds up his hands and he goes, "Brother, look at my hand. I've broken all of my fingers multiple times. I can't hold a pencil. I can't draw. I'm so glad you got to go to art school, but I can't go." And Albert says, "Brother, I will take care of you the rest of my life." So he did. He moved in with him, started taking care of him. And one day, Albert is doing what Albert does, hanging out drawing, and Albert's just sitting there. And he goes, "Hey, take your hands and go like this." And Albert drew his hands. Because if it weren't for those hands, Albert never could have gone to school. It was a tribute to a brother who helped a brother, a tribute to a person who helped a person go do what that person wanted to do. My only message to you guys is this: they're out there. All you got to do is make the decision. They'll align themselves with you, they'll show up, and they'll help you. When we strive to become better than we are, everything around us becomes better too. Be clear, be confident, be consistent. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Go crush 2021.
I gotta tell another Wayne story. I got one more Wayne story. Okay, here's the deal. There's people in here that will remember this. I know there is. And this is so, to me, it just hit me hard, because the problem is when we leave the door, we leave, and then it's like on us, and that's it. But it's the little things. 15 years ago, maybe? At least 15 years ago. Okay, well, you will know this story. So, someone hears it already. So 15 years ago, we have a training event. Wayne is with the region. He comes down to do our our training event. I'm not sure if it was business planning in the year or whatnot. And he's talking about the little things, especially conversion. And it makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up, honestly, because we've been talking about a lot of the opportunities that are coming our way because you're bought in, because you're sold out, because you're professionals that work on yourself and your industry. So we've been talking a lot about conversion for next year because we know what's going to happen. Well, 15 years ago, Wayne is standing in front of all of us and he says, I want to show you something. You remember? See, more people are starting to remember. You will. You will. He goes, shh. Tell me first, a major street in town, good subdivision. So we tell him. He goes, okay, tell me who the next top 4 companies are. So we tell him. He goes, shh, when I do this, be really quiet. Dials the phone. His phone on speaker. There is how many of us there? Evie, how many people are there? A lot of people. Dials the phone. Number 2 company. Agent answers. Hey, my name is so-and-so. Transferring into the lake area. Leads the conversation. And I can't do it like you did, but literally leading that agent on the phone to convert the deal. It didn't happen. He said, no, wait, shh, don't rat me out. Be real quiet. Dials number 2. You remember now, Wayne?
Yeah, we can still do it if you want to. It's anything.
Okay, there you go. That's it. I won't draw it out. You guys hear me enough, and I apologize. I get overly passionate. I catch myself sighing in these deals. My hair stands up, and I get really excited. But I only get really excited because I recognize opportunity. Okay, I recognize opportunity, but I cannot make it happen for anyone in particular. All I can do is get passionate and get excited and point out, the same as you did. We didn't talk before this presentation. He wouldn't send a copy to her. We didn't know what he was going to say.
I kind of knew.
Well, maybe you kind of knew. I didn't know, but this is what we've been talking about. There is opportunity coming down the road. It is, and it's in the little bitty things. It really is. It's when the phone rings and you answer it. Jordan and I talked the other day. It's when the internet lead comes in and we hammer it. I used you as an example the other day because you know what? She had a little video. She had her hat on, or she was whatever. It didn't matter, but she was different than the other 5 people that they were sending it to. She was different. We can be different on a phone call. We can be different. And that one person, that agent that is great every time that phone rings, that's probably all they have to do. I mean, you got to generate a phone call. Obviously, there's other steps, but I mean, it's in the little things, not the big things. Anyway, I felt compelled. I apologize. Wayne, you said you would field some questions.
Oh, sure.
While we got him, if anybody has any question, I know we're over our time, but, and feel free to go if you have to.
Anybody got a question?
Okay.
No, I didn't remember the story until, I've done that everywhere.
It was awesome for me.
I've called expires in Detroit, We had a lunch break. And I'm like, hey, when we come back, we're gonna call expireds. And everybody had gotten up to eat lunch and they all went, boom. And I'm like, no, I'm gonna call them. You all can just listen. And I started calling expireds. And my deal with expireds is if you can give me the phone numbers, I'll set you an appointment if they have not listed with somebody else. And I'm not bragging, but I got 1,000% hit rate because this is so ingrained in me. And conversion is the biggest issue. Once you have conversion down, now you can go spend as much money as you want to generate leads. But until you have conversion down, which is a conversation, don't spend a ton of money generating leads because it'll bust you. And in fact, I thought of this last night. It's funny that it's not funny, life's that way, it's supposed to happen. Let me tell you how important dialogue is. So I had the opportunity a few years ago to play at a pro-am, and I got paired with Tom Watson, who's pro-am. And I don't know if you know about Tom, he's from Kansas City, he's a legendary golfer, you know, all of that. And during the Ryder Cup, and what a train wreck that was, because all the players were just mad at him. I can see why. He's kind of a jerk, honestly. He's very polite, but he's like, hey, I'm Tom Watson. Don't mess with me. I'm Tom Watson. Okay, cool. We knew a lot of the same people, so that kind of helped me get into a conversation with him. But we're walking off one of the tee boxes, just he and I. And as we're walking down the lane, this guy comes toward us. He's probably 30 years old. And he's got the pad and he's got the pen, and obviously he's going to ask Tom for his autograph. And we're walking along, and the guy comes up. And this is just the power of dialogue, or how ugly it can be when you don't have dialogue. And he says, hey, Tom, could I get an autograph there? And he can't figure out how to finish the sentence. And he goes, hey, Tom, can I get an autograph there, Bob? And Watson goes, Bob, no. And I looked at the guy and I go, dude, I'm so sorry. Like, if I would have known, I would have coached you on your way up the hill of how to approach this guy. The dialogue is huge. Conversions are huge. It's the missing link in the business. Yeah. So we call expires. I call a couple of companies. We always do. You can throw softballs. It's like, hey, I'm in town for the day. I just had lunch with my banker that my new company set me up with. Yeah, I'm moving it. They won't pick up on any of it because they're trying to find the house that I called about. So, be prepared. Be ready to take a Zola call. There's a game that goes on. All right. Seriously, any questions? You can do anything you want to, folks. Just like the girl for Vanderbilt said this weekend. You see that little interview?
Yep.
See that? The girl's the kicker for Vanderbilt.
Oh, yeah.
She's like, I just want to tell everybody you can do anything you want to. And I'm like, yes, you can. Totally agree with it. All right. Any questions? If not, we'll be done.
I don't see any.
Guys, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming. Let us know if you have anything we can help with. Tom, thank you. Herman, thank you. Todd and Deb, thank you. We really appreciate you guys.